Hello again, I am back. Attempt number 2 today to, well, trying to stream this game. It was going okay, I was testing it, and as soon as I was about to actually go live, it went a little unstable, like right now. It was good for over an hour. Okay, it's fine now. Alright. So let's carry on. Where we just stopped. We barely made any progress. We have a choice now. Tell the guy from the printer to give us until 8 o'clock, give us 3 more days, or give us till we're done. Let's say give us 3 more days. Just give us 3 more days. Try to find it in your heart to wait 3 more days. That's not happening. Katama didn't so much as bat an eyelash. You have 10 minutes and 40 seconds left. You son of a bitch. Don't get all high and mighty just because you work for the printer. High and mighty. I'd say it's the people on the publishing side of the things that act high and mighty. Whatever high-minded claims you might take, without us, you would have nothing to put on the store shelves. Forgetting and blithely ignoring your proofing deadline makes far more work on our end. Just what are you getting at, I wonder? No, it's 10 minutes and 20 seconds. Norikawa ground his teeth so hard he could hear it. His usual tactics were useless here. Katama was simply too unflappable to be browbeating. If he backed down now, though, it was game over. 10 minutes and 7 seconds remaining. I realize there's little point, but I'll wait until the designated time. That's just common decency. Katama's pet phrase. Thus far, he has said that's just common decency 3 times in the story. Always make sure to show up 15 minutes ahead of the appointed time. I realize there's little point, but I'll wait until the designated time. There was one more. Do you know when and where it was? Do we? Katama's eyes were once again locked on his pocket watch. It was no use. Norikawa couldn't find a way to talk this guy around. Chiaki held her hand up.
May I say something? Isn't it also common decency not to break promise once it's been made?
If you're referring to the 8 o'clock deadline, I was not the one who promised that.
Maybe not, but I believe your predecessor's responsibilities become your responsibilities.
Katama crossed his arms and gave her a bemused look. What's your name, miss?
Chiaki?
She said bashfully.
Chiaki Iso.
The printer's expression brightened visibly. Good. That timid hesitation of yours is just splendid. You have none of the arrogance so typical among publishers.
Huh?
Chiaki was taken rather back. In deference to your polite demeanor, I shall wait until 7 o'clock. That is the latest I can possibly allow. Alright, Norikawa shouted, practically in Katama's face. We agree to those terms. No, I wasn't talking to you. But we've got the terms of our own. Katama reeled over so slightly. I'm not certain you're in any position to set terms here. Just shut up and listen. From here on out, you're coming with us. What? Why? We're going to finish up our copy on site, then burn the data onto a CD and hand it over to you there. That's why. Burning on a CD, well, it's been a while since I've done that. Katama let out a sigh of resignation. Oh, very well. I suppose I'd simply be waiting here anyway. Hello again, Thomas. It seems to be better until I think about it, then it dips, like right now. I tested it for a while before I went live, and it was okay. But then I went live, started the ads, was fine. Then I swapped to the scene, and it dipped a little bit. And now it's really dipping. As soon as you asked, you jinxed it. Let me try moving the router a little bit. Okay, that's better. Is it? Okay, let's keep it this way. Did you manage to get the Zero Escape game? I suppose I'd simply be waiting you anyway. Norikawa pumped his fists in victory. Alright, Chiaki. Go and copy that DTP data we've got so far into your computer.
Sure thing, Mr. Mino.
Chiaki quickly set about copying the data from the editing department's desktop.
Okay, done.
Then let's go. With the others in tow, Norikawa headed for the noodle house where Toyama would be waiting. Oh, you just left the doctor? How did it go? The soba restaurant Dogen Hut was roughly halfway up Dogenzaka. Oh, you got a camera shot up your nose? Well, at least it's better than the other end. On the other hand, you can always keep a video and then use that as a replacement for a face cam. I'm a genius, I know. You don't have to praise me. A long-standing noodle shop on Dogenzaka. 2 years ago, the owner passed away from illness. Now, the restaurant is run by his widow, Maki Oneda, and her two part-timers, Masa from Midoriyama Academy and Mohinder, an Indian exchange student. Despite the sign billing the establishment as a soba restaurant, duck meat soba and chilled curry soba are the only actual soba offerings. The rest of the menu, for some reason, is all udon dishes, and in fact, both kinds of soba are terrible. But maybe the chilled curry soba would be okay if someone else were making it. Or you've had it from the other end. The closest thing I got was a bronchoscopy, and that was really annoying. They ask you to open your mouth and breathe through your nose, and it's really annoying. But then they shove it down your airways, and it feels like somebody dragging nail files through your throat. That's how it feels. Had it a few times, not fun. Inside, they encountered the proprietress near the door. She had a massive cleaver for cutting soba noodles clutched in one hand. Toyama wasn't there. Excuse me, Norikawa said. Has a middle-aged man come by your shop? Name's Toyama. The proprietress let out a weary sigh. She murdered him. That guy, huh? You folks know him? Yes, that's right. And I'm sorry. I didn't want to have to do this. It was all his fault, though. You reap what you sow. Norikawa didn't know what she was going on about, but suddenly he had a very bad feeling. So then, Toyama was here? He asked cautiously. Yes, he came by. Well, where is he now? In the noodles. Please tell me. No. I have no obligation to tell you anything to friends of Toyama's. Evidently, there was some bad blood between Toyama and this woman. The real victim here is me. Her voice rose abruptly to a roar. Now listen up, good, and this old woman's story. I don't have time for this, Minrikawa thought. Well, it's a bad ending, so it's okay, you have time. He needed to find Toyama as soon as possible, but instead it looked like he'd be stuck hearing out this angry woman first. Alright, we're listening. Tell us your story. This may be our last chance. It's a long one. The woman's mouth twisted up and she licked her lips, leaning in to tell her tale. Long, long ago, when I was still in my 20s, I would often make deliveries to Heaven Publishing. They were some of my best customers. Back then, we were so busy, my employees practically worked themselves to death. You see, Dogen Hut had the finest soba in Japan, and our sport model was considered one of the most beautiful girls in the world. Also, I'm noticing the reflection of Minorikawa in the cleaver. Cool touch. Back when this woman was in her 20s, Heaven Publishing hadn't even existed yet. Minorikawa figured you better not correct her. That would probably just piss her off and make her stop entirely. He kept his mouth shut and listened to her silly tale. But anyway, that's all in the past now. As time went on, we had a lot of delivery customers asking us to put their bills on their tab. So much so that it became a problem, and we changed our policy to disallow that sort of thing. The fine folks of Heaven Publishing considered themselves an exception to that rule. And that put my part-timer Masa, who does the deliveries, in a bit of a bind. Okay. Oh, Masa's a student at Midoriyama Academy. A first-year student at Midoriyama Academy, after getting indigestion from eating too much buffet at a fast food restaurant on Center Guy, he was there with his girlfriend to do a dry run for a competitive eating contest. We already met him. He wound up going to the restroom 14 times in 1 hour. Unable to stand idly by, his girlfriend called an acquaintance of hers, the gluttonous Chiriko Osugi, for advice on improving Masa's intestinal fortitude. It turned out, however, that Chiriko was planning to compete in the same contest. Knowing that they were up against some monumental competition, the two continued their training, wary of the battle to come. He took the day off to go on a date with his girlfriend. I hear they're planning to compete as a couple in some ice cream eating contest that's going to air on TV. So they were going to practice run together today. Honestly, how ridiculous is that? Honestly, I couldn't care less about Masa one way or the other, Minorikawa thought. This whole experience was turning into a real ordeal. So yes, we were in a real bind. I run a restaurant here, not a charity operation. I'd call back and ask them to settle up, but they would always insist, oh, we don't have any money. And that's a lie. It's got to be a lie. What else could it be? Otherwise, How could they keep making that magazine of theirs? That Celebrity Confidential, or whatever the hell it is. Celebrity Confidential was a weekly tabloid put out by one of Heaven Publishing's competitors, but Rikawa was just going to have to let that egregious mix-up slide. And that's not all, the proprietress spat. Oh no, on top of that, there are magazines, Little Gourmet Gaps Corner, or whatever they call it, ran a scathing review of us. After that, customers started keeping their distance, and I aged 20 years practically overnight. Gourmet Gabs was a column that ran in Celebrity Confidential. There was nothing of the sort in 4-Star General Gossip. This woman had clearly gotten the two magazines mixed up somehow. Awful. That's awful, isn't it? All I wanted to do was make soba for people to enjoy. And so to be treated like this, to be treated like this. The woman had started to sob. The cleaver began to waver in her trembling hand. But then, earlier today, these two Yakuza-looking fellows came by, saying they were looking for Toyama from Heaven Publishing. Guess they saw one of our menus at his office and figured he might have come by. She had to be talking about Ozo and Sagawa. They'd both been nearby when Rikawa was rooting through the desk drawers. They must have spotted the menu then. I told them he wasn't here and had an order delivery at some time. So they said that I happened to see him to give them a call. Now I was going to just turn them away. They looked like a pair of nasty loan sharks. Toyama would never be able to pay off his tab if they caught him. And so I told them as much. The proprietress lowered her voice before continuing. But they said they'd be most appreciative if I could let them know. Even offered to pay his tab for me if I did. And well, that pretty much settled it. So I let them give me their phone number. Murakawa's face went pale. This lady had been bribed by those two thugs. And so I guess you figured it out. A little earlier, Toyama dropped by looking like he was trying to lay low. So it all came together. I snuck out back and gave those two a call. And so here we are. You guys were just a hair too late. Oh crap. Toyama had been carted off by the moneylenders. Fun times. And Rikawa had to find him right away.
Mr. Mito,
Chiaki squeaked nervously.
we have to hurry and go to frame.
Yeah. When Rikawa and the others headed for the door, but it was locked. Wait. Oh. Wait. The voice sounded as if it had echoed up from the very depths of hell. And Rikawa and company stopped in their tracks.
You think I can just let you go?
The old woman began to stalk towards them.
Those guys, they left without showing their appreciation or paying off that tab. They lied to me. And so, guess who's going to show me the appreciation I'm owed? Who is going to pay that tab? You're all in this together, trying to play me for a fool. But hell has no fury like a woman scorned.
The proprietress lifted her cleaver high. Her eyes smoldered with inhuman rage. A murderous aura surrounded her like a bonfire wind. Wait, Minrikawa cried. We're Toyama's.
His friends, then prepare yourselves. You'll repay his debt to me with your lives.
The three companions stood paralyzed with horror, watching their bloody doom approach. The blade glimmered in the dimness as she swung it toward Minrikawa.
Time for some fresh meat.
Minrikawa, Chiaki, and Katayama screamed, their cries echoing clear across Dogensaka. Good end. Bad end. Tragedy in the Noodle House. It was no ordinary grudge that the proprietress of Dogen Hot held towards Toyama, as Minrikawa and the others found out firsthand, falling victim to a mighty cleaver. Yeah, this isn't the right place to have the meet up with Toyama. Seriously, who the heck decided this was a good idea? I knew it was a bad idea, but why not? What if I let Toyama decide? I know it's the cafe they want. Nothing suitable came to mind. Probably Toyama should decide. You got any suggestions? Minrikawa asked.
Let's see. There's a bar in Daikanayama. I drop by a lot. How about there?
A bar? I didn't know about it. A very fashionable yet relaxed neighborhood in Shibuya. High-end boutiques, high-end restaurants, high-end confectionery shops, high-end cafes, high-end interior design stores, and high-end residential housing all line the streets. The settlement, dating back to 2,000 years to the Yayoi period, has been excavated in Nakanyama, but it cannot be said for sure whether this dwelling were high-end for the time. Yeah, that will work fine.
Okay, so start by heading north from Shibuya Station. After a while, you'll hit a three-way intersection. Turn left there. Then about 100 meters after that, take a right. Along the way, there'll be a side street that branches off at the diagonal. Go down that and take a right. At the second intersection, and head right down the stairs there. And it will look like you need to go left at this slightly curving incline, but go right. And
This is getting way too complicated. Forget it. I'll pick a place. Oh. He interrupted him. Okay, this is getting way too complicated. Forget it. I'll pick a place. Undercover suggested the cafe above the station, and now it was comfortably familiar. I told you. He quickly described the location.
okay. Café Lautrec. Got it.
Toyama said.
I'll see you there.
He hung up, and Minrikawa quickly gathered his belongings. Chiaki, how is that copy coming along?
Well, almost done. Just a little more, I think.
Alright, bring your computer and come with me. I'll read over what you've got to so far. Minrikawa waited as Chiaki got ready to head to the cafe. As the two were heading out of the office, however, someone else opened the door, then got on the floor and did the dinosaur. Okay, this is the same. Skip his dialogue. And I'll give him a CD. Chucky quickly set about copying the data from the editing department's desktop.
Okay, all done.
Then let's go. With the others in tow, Minurikawa headed for the cafe where Toyama would be waiting. They reached Cafe Lautrec without incident, and Minurikawa promptly spotted the publisher. Over here, Toyama hissed, eyeing his surroundings with obvious unease. Hey Zachary, how are you? You'll be glad to know my internet is shitty again today. Hana sat by his side, sullenly sipping on some juice. What kind of juice? Why didn't they have a description for juice? The waitress came over as Minurikawa joined them, her favorite customer. May I take your order? She asked. Then she saw him. Water. Just water, sir? Fine, make it a double. Double water. Oh, you want a record player? Do you keep records or? I don't think I have any record. Yeah, I don't think I ever had any like record. Like vinyl disc. No, just didn't have them. Exasperated, the waitress headed back to the kitchen. Toyama looked over at Katayama. Who's this guy? I'm Koichiro Katayama, from Cho Nippon Printing. Katayama presented his business card. Toyama turned to Minurikawa with a quizzical look. What's someone from the printer doing with you? I'll explain later. There's no time for that right now, Minurikawa replied. Oh, they give you the records and you buy some? I mean, probably have a decent collection then. Is it really that much better? I mean, I'm not really too fussy about a lot of things, but I don't actually know if it's that much better. I usually just listen to recordings on like digital files. First, I need you to answer some questions. Does the name Kenji Osawa ring any bells? Osawa. Toyama closed his eyes and thought. Heads up a laboratory at Akoshi Pharmaceuticals. We ran a piece on him in the first ever issue of 4-Star General Gossip. Toyama's face lit up with recognition. Ah, yes, a political marriage piece. Yeah, that one. Do you remember the details from the article? Of course. What do you think I am? Toyama puffed himself up proudly. I used to be local news copy editor for the Central Times. I've got the details for all the stuff I've ever recovered here in my head. In that case, do you know who Kenji Osawa's wife was dating before they got married? Toyama blinked, his eyes vacantly. Hey, what's the matter? Minurikawa asked. This is a pretty tough pop quiz you're giving me. It's not a pop quiz. Surprise, kids, it's time for a science quiz. What colorless, odorless gas, lighter than and air? Plenty of mistakes in the writing, and used for consumer and municipal gas applications is also known as marsh gas or swamp gas, helium, ethylene, propane, methane. Tune in next time for the answer. What's the answer, Zach? Have you been studying? Your answer is propane. What's your answer, Thomas? Thomas ran away. I say methane. Cut the crap, man. You just said you have all the details inside your head.
Oh, they're in there, alright. They're just not coming out.
Rikawa slumped. Mr. Toyama, please. Whether or not you'll be able to pay off your debts depends on your memory here.
Hearing this, Hana cast a cold glare up at her father, if looks could kill. Alright, I can remember. Or I can at least try.
Toyama folded his arms and hummed to himself, his gaze turned inward.
How do you gaze inwards? So I feel like it was a really common name.
Sato?
Jackie chirped.
Yamada. Was it either of those two? They're pretty common names.
Toyama shook his head. Rikawa offered a guess of his own. Suzuki, Takahashi, Endo, Tanaka. Tanaka?
No, not that. It was something else.
Just then, the television inside the cafe switched over to a news report on the Shibuya explosion. The remains of the individual discovered within the minivan itself, who has since been identified as pharmaceutical company executive Mamoru Tanaka.
Mamoru Tanaka?
Toyama turned around to look at the TV. An image of the victim's face appeared on the screen.
The
Publisher blurted, nearly falling out of his seat.
That's it. It was him, right there.
Unbelievable.
Mamoru Tanaka.
That's what I said, Tanaka. Toyama pointed excitedly at the TV screen.
That's who Kenji Osama's wife was dating before they got married. Mamoru Tanaka. She looks way older than him.
And Rikawa felt himself getting goosebumps. The victim of the terrorist bombing in Shibuya was also linked to the researcher who was key to a terrorist viral scare. His reporter's hunch was now a certainty. Right now, Shibuya was at the center of some massive conspiracy. This went far beyond even a major scoop. Mr. Toyama, we need to make sure that next month's issue hits shelves. Norikawa called up Kenji Osawa to let him know the results of his little investigation. And now we can actually swap to Osawa. Let's do that. We left him right before he went to speak to his wife. Osawa's phone rang, and Minurikawa's phone number popped up on the LCD display. The reporter must have finished looking into the matter Osawa had asked about.
Mr. Osawa, sorry to keep you waiting.
How did it go?
Well, I looked into the background of that story you asked about, and I learned who it was your wife was dating.
Who was it?
Osawa asked immediately. He already knows. There's a brief pause.
Mamoru Tanaka.
I see.
Finally, he had proof positive of a relationship between Aya and Tanaka. Now, more than ever, it was no time to waver. No matter how painful the reality was, it was also true that if they hadn't been dating, there would probably be no way of saving Maria.
So,
Minurikawa said.
what was this big thing about disrupting the power balance of the world all about?
There's something I need to take care of on my end first. Once I'm finished, I'll tell you everything.
Yeah, that's fine. Things are pretty hectic on my end right now anyway.
Osawa had expected Minurikawa to put up more of a fight. He'd figured a reporter for 4-star journal Gossip would be a bit more persistent.
Oh, by the way, there was one other thing I wanted to tell you, Mr. Osawa.
Osawa could practically sense the finger pointing his way from the other end of the line.
Don't be too angry with your wife. All too often in this world, people let their anger get in the way of solving their problems.
You may have a point. Osawa let out a wide chuckle. Alright, then I'll call you back later.
Hey, Blues. Why do you hate Zelda? Why do you hate strong women? Osawa found Ice standing by herself in the yard. She kept her back to him as he approached.
May I have a moment?
He asked quietly.
What?
Still, she didn't bother to turn around. This lady is not for turning.
There is something important I need to talk to you about.
Oh, it's really staticky.
I'm not in the mood right now. Please, I realize you're upset about Tanaka's death, but
The mention of Tanaka's name, I slowly shook her head. Don't. Just tell me what you want. Hurry up and get to the point. Osawa tried to move closer to her, but she pointedly kept the distance. You're not a fan of puzzles, so you wouldn't like games with puzzle elements in them. This was no time to mince words. Did Tanaka give you his password? There was something Osawa needed to hear for himself before this went any further. Were you in love with Tanaka? No time to mince words.
Did Tanaka give you his password?
His password?
For the electronic lock on the lab. I need it in order to get the antiviral out.
I turned to face him at last.
To get it out? What are you thinking? That belongs to the company.
I just need one dose to save Maria. Please, if you know, please tell me.
I don't know it.
His voice was barely a whisper. Osawa looked his wife right in the eye.
You're telling the truth.
I am.
I see. Then, do you have any idea what number he might have used for a password?
I shook her head silently, then turned her back to her husband once more.
Even if I did know, she said, I wouldn't tell you.
Why not?
Don't you get it?
I's words came out as a strangled rasp.
Do you even know why I'm with you?
She snapped.
Really have no idea how much you're worth, do you? The value of one woman's life versus the potential profits the research would bring in. There is no comparing the two. If it meant that Okushi Pharmaceutical could monopolize your talents, then what did it even matter what I wanted for myself?
There was something akin to desperation in I's words.
So, send me those threatening emails too.
What?
I looked at him in shock. He knew he had guessed correctly.
You would go that far, just to keep me tied to your father's business?
That's right. I would.
I bit down on her lip hard. She's not biting now.
But how would you even know about how I feel?
I'm sorry.
Don't apologize. I'm not the victim here.
You say that, but isn't it because of me that you and Tanaka weren't able to stay together?
I began to tremble. Her secret was out.
When did you figure it out?
She asked.
Earlier today, that tie clip.
Right. Not the sort of gift one gives to a husband's co-worker, is it?
I am there. I'm always there. Except we disconnected. Damn it, I wasn't paying attention. Okay, we're back. Disconnected for a bit. Didn't notice I disconnected until the end. Yeah, connection today is not all that good. It's better than it was a couple of hours back, but still not fantastic. But yeah, I think tomorrow I'm not gonna do Indie Wednesday. I'm just gonna try and finish this, assuming my internet is feeling generous. I smile with bitter with self-deprecation. Osawa couldn't help pity her. Even Tanaka must have suspected that she placed the company's profit above all else if she'd go to such lengths to protect it. It was like she'd given up her entire life just for that.
Please, just don't mess my life up any more than you already have.
Ai's words were only a faint murmur, but Osawa felt the rejection they carried with agonizing clarity. Tanaka hadn't given Ai his password. Osawa's last chance had gone up in smoke. He let out a long, shaky breath and shut his eyes tight. Was it true? Was there nothing more he could do? Keep out? Yep. She could try and convince her father if he cares about her, although chances are he doesn't. Alright, another keep out. We can jump back to Minorikawa and carry on. And we'll see what the answer for the quiz is. And see how Zack is wrong. Alright. The man didn't seem terribly surprised, probably he'd had his suspicions all along. Osawa told him that there was something he needed to do before he was ready to give details on the big scoop, but that he would call back later. In the meantime, Minorikawa knew he would have his hands full getting the current issue of the gossip wrapped up with the 7 o'clock deadline. He slapped his hands down on the table. "Alright, emergency editing meeting right here," he announced. Of course he was being loud and annoying. "We need to get a lead in on the Shibuya terrorist bombing into the next issue. The article about the twins winning the beauty contest can be dropped for that. We'll use an info from Kenji Osawa as the basis for our big scoop in the issue after all. Mr. Toyama, any problems with that?"
No, that should be fine. What about the remaining pages for the next month's issue?
Minorikawa opened the file on his computer. The layout built in the DTP came up on the monitor. The report on the Burning Hammer sales demo, the surveillance camera opinion piece, the interview with ORI. Those 3 were finished, the copy already incorporated into the layout. Once Chiaki's street interview piece was loaded in, that one could be checked off as well. "Chiaki, how is your copy coming along?"
I'm sorry, I just need a little bit longer.
The writing seemed to still be giving her a fair bit of trouble. The article on SOS was still just a placeholder in the layout. And Minorikawa hadn't even gotten any material for that, putting it even further behind than Chiaki's street interviews. Still, he'd at least learned where Shibuya's legendary street gang made their hangout. He'd just have to take the risk of dropping on them unannounced to ambush them with some interview questions. And then there was a lead-in for Shibuya bombing. That wasn't even in the layout yet. It was a completely blank slate. Against all odds, they were going to need to put that article together from nothing with just an hour and a change. It was an impossible amount of work for just him and Chiaki to do. Well, and how are things coming along? Katayama rose and came closer, trying to peer at the monitor. Norikawa hurried to cover the screen. "Don't look." If the printer rep saw all the blank pages, he might decide to stop waiting, Would you mind telling me roughly what percent of the total you have completed thus far? What percent? Come off it, man. We're at 100%. If you're 100% done, that implies that you're all finished. Could I please have the data then? No. I'm saying our willpower is at 100%. Why would that help him? I'm not even going to pretend I understand what you mean by that. Shaking his head, Katayama sat back down in his chair. Rikawa, Toyama asked, his expression uneasy. So, I know I asked you before, but why is someone from the printer here again? Katayama promptly chimed in. The long and short of it is that your proofing deadline has been changed to 7 o'clock. He said, What? But that's impossible. Who's doing the lead-in for the Shibuya bombing? Toyama eyed Rikawa and then Chiaki, both stared back non-committally. Then it really is impossible. We'll never meet the deadline. We don't have enough people. You know what I've been thinking about for the past few days? Once I'm done with Zelda, what am I gonna play? Oh, we're losing frames again. For fuck's sake. Let me adjust things a little bit. Yeah, the connection today is just awful. Yeah, we're dropping frames left and right. Maybe I'll do a router restart. Should I do that? It's acting really weird. It keeps dropping to 1429 all the time. Yeah, maybe I'll do a quick router restart. Give me a minute. Alright, we're back, right? That restarted very quickly. It seems to be much better now. No, we do have enough people. Rikawa thrust out his finger. Mr. Toyama, you're going to write that one and handle the layout. What? Event Publishing is your company. Won't you step up in order to protect it? Toyama hung his head. Even if I headed to the scene right now, I'm sure the other outlets have already gotten their coverage. I wouldn't be able to find anything new to write about. One punch! I love how this guy's like, here we go. And so you're just going to give up. A moment later, Toyama was out on the floor when Rikawa glaring down at him. Hello, Shiro. How are your assignments? How is Blanco? Oh, awesome. How are you? You've always said you wanted to tell the world about the things mass media can't or won't write about. So what the hell difference does it make if they already got to the sound bites thereafter? And Rikawa's voice was raw with emotion. Small assignment due today and test tomorrow. Fun, 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 fun. Have you started the assignment? Or are you doing it my style, last second? Don't you dare give up. Not that easily. Get your ass out there. Find something that only you can write about.
Rikawa.
Toyama began to object, then he glanced over at Hana. There was an imploring look in her eyes as well. And then she punched him.
I get what you're saying,
Toyama grumbled.
but still, you're expecting a lot.
But then, despite his words, he flashed a broad grin. Yeah, Minorikawa let out a quiet chuckle. And it's got you all fired up.
Yeah, I'm fired up, alright.
Toyama's face shone with a resolve Minorikawa hadn't seen in a long time. There we go. That's the Toriyama I know.
The sound is okay, right?
Volume? Balance?
You know, I'm really sorry. Now I see the huge burden I put on you. But damn it, it's going to be alright.
Getting to his feet, Toyama took his daughter by the hand and strode boldly out of the cafe, looking like a changed man. What about the gangsters who were after you? And they rode off into the sunset, never to be seen again. For Toyama was murdered within 2 blocks, and Hana disappeared. Minorikawa watched them go, glad the dithering was over. Even if Toyama was still in his prime, he'd be cutting it close to do that article in an hour. But he would pull through somehow. When it came to taking care of Hana, the man would rise to the occasion again and again. Yeah, because I was adjusting the game volume in a way that it wouldn't be too quiet for you guys, but also I'd be able to hear myself over the game as well. So I wasn't sure the music in the game was too loud or too quiet. Father and daughter disappeared into the crowd, hand in hand. We don't have time for that. Run! Minorikawa shook himself out of his reverie. Alright, he cried. Despite the clear blue sky, an unexpected gust of wind blew across his cheek.
Facial cheek.
Come on guys, we gotta get going too. Things might look grim, but he wasn't going to give up until the bitter end. It was time to head to the SOS hangout, Inferno. The three ran long and hard after leaving the cafe. If the proofing deadline was 7 o'clock, then they needed to finish up with SOS by 6:30 at the latest. The gang's hangout was in Ura Harajuku. Running all the way there on foot was going to eat into too much of their time. Well, there was a taxi he could ride in. Traffic was at a near standstill for some reason, and there wasn't a taxi in sight. How long do you plan on running like this? Tateyama called out, panting. Just take a look at the road. With this traffic, there's no point in hailing a cab. Even Minorikawa was feeling the time pressure now. We're just going to have to keep running until the road's clear.
What?
Tateyama wailed. Stop your whining. Just keep quiet and stick with me. It finally got into Toyama to find his willpower again. Next month's issue would come out on time, and no way was some printer guy going to mess that up now. But the traffic showed no sign of abating. Catching a cab wasn't going to be an option. Fighting an ever louder echo of despair, Minorikawa kept up his desperate headlong rush. To rush into a situation recklessly or heedlessly, not quite the same as being Daredevil. Still, there were limits to how far the mind could push the body before exhaustion set in. And she died. As they were running across a pedestrian overpass, Chiaki slipped and took a nasty fall. She skinned her knee hard enough to draw blood. Man, I remember when I used to skin my knee all the time. Doesn't really happen anymore. Good old days. Hey you, Minorikawa snapped at Katayama. Don't just stand there. Help the poor girl already. Katayama scurried over to Chiaki.
Sorry, Mr. Mido. I... Jackie's voice bubbled with suppressed tears. Maybe it was cruel to make her run with her computer all the way to Uraharajuku, but the copy for her interviews still needed to be looked over. They couldn't just leave her here. Murakawa hesitated, undecided. Even at the full run, they wouldn't make it in time. And with traffic the way it was, there was nothing they could do. You now have, Katayama consulted his pocket watch. Exactly 1 hour remaining. Damn it, Murakawa raged. What do we do? To be continued. Relentlessly, the clock ticked on. Yep. To be continued. Okay. This one is locked. This one is locked. Where do we swap to? We can't jump here. What if I change this option? No, this is not going to do anything. Make him walk slower? I make him walk faster. Why can't I do it? How do I solve this? Figured out in GPS? No, it's not that. Kind of scanned the area. The Sando electronics right up ahead? Yeah, it's the same thing. Doesn't really change anything. Stanley's phone call. Who were you talking about to just now? Stanley's reply was clipped. That other idiot I was telling you about earlier. With that, Stanley proceeded to wrap up his phone call. Guess I'm not going to get that much out of this guy, Archie thought. And it really doesn't change anything. Someone was getting closer to the door here. But who? Not much of a choice over here. How am I going to solve this, Shiro? Maybe... Oh, I have an idea. Here... Yeah. Nope. Wrong thing. Yeah, this one actually, yep. Common name. I'm gonna select Endo. Yeah, let's guess Endo. Endo. Talma forward his brow and muttered under his breath. No. That's not right. Okay, we can jump now. That is such a silly thing. The workroom door slowly is open. Maria. Archie was too shocked for words. The girl who entered looked just like Hitomi. It's not like you haven't seen her, Archie.
Maria, Hitomi.
Archie blinked in bewilderment. It was almost as if Hitomi were standing in front of a mirror. The two girls looked so similar.
Maria, thank goodness you're alright. I'm so sorry I had you worried.
Maria was safe, Archie realized. At last, he had managed to fulfill his duty. How did you manage to get out of the storeroom? Daisuke had gone pale.
Tell me, Maria said sharply. Who was it who came up with this kidnapping plan?
Suddenly, Daisuke shoved Maria aside and lunged for Hitomi. Stanley moved to stop him, but before he could intervene, the older man had a hold on Hitomi, pressing something that looked like a flashlight up against her neck. Flashlight, not flashlight. Good. Archie stared toward him, but Stanley held up a hand. Don't move, that's a stun gun. A piece of self-defense equipment for repelling would-be attackers with an electrical shock. There are several types, including baton-type stun prods and guns that fire needles attached to flexible wires. The latter type especially is frequently referred to in the US as a taser, or taser gun, due to the popular models produced by Taser International, now Axon. Stun guns are used not only by civilians, but also by law enforcement and military personnel for non-lethal applications. Or they would use it for too long until it becomes lethal. If he zaps her in the neck, it could kill her. You know your stuff, Daisuke said. You deal in American electronics. No, I do this for a living. Stanley drew his gun in an instant, taking aim at Daisuke's forehead. Wait, hold on. Archie interposed himself between Stanley and his father. Archie was too shocked to even move. What do you guys think? Get in the way? Or be shocked? Well, not with a stun gun, I mean just shocked. Since surprised. I'm gonna pick... You guys think A? Okay, let's go with A. Wait, hold on. Archie interposed himself between Stanley and his father. Dad, let Hitomi go. You need to stop this nonsense. Archie walked slowly towards his father, a pleading look in his eyes.
Nonsense. Which one of us is talking nonsense here? You don't know what's going on. If you knew everything, then you'd be helping me.
What do you mean, everything?
This girl's heart, we can save Suzune.
Dad, who was it exactly that told you that?
Sasuke did not reply.
I asked you a question. Who was it that put this crazy idea into your head?
A foreign organ trafficker I met at the hospital, Sasuke muttered. In Japan, a medical professional known as a transplant coordinator handles liaison between the donor and recipient parties. There are many cases of illegal or borderline illegal activity carried out by third-party organ brokers. There are countries where organ transplants are openly performed for monetary gain, and no shortage of specialists willing to do the job. These questionable markets include suppliers who source viable organs and tissues for transplant from cadavers. Stanley let out a snort.
Unlikely story.
It's true. I was suspicious at first, myself,
Sasuke said stubbornly.
but I couldn't just sit around and wait for Suzune to die. And after talking to him about her rare blood type and all the difficulties in performing a transplant, he promised he'd do everything in his power.
Sasuke's hands were trembling. Tears welled up in his vacant and bloodshot eyes. The tears of the kingdom. Coming soon.
Then, a while later, he got back in touch and told me he'd found a potential match. Someone with the same blood type as Suzune and roughly the same age. But then he told me that the girl was still alive. And so, what was the point? Her heart might be a match for Suzune's, but it didn't matter if we couldn't get our hands on it. And I said that, but then the man told me.
He told you what?
Archie bit his lip.
He told me to abduct her and turn her over to him. After that, he'd find a way to make it all work.
At last, Daisuke had confessed. Now Archie had to try to come to grips with the truth he had just heard. We already knew the truth, though.
I had to do something.
His father continued vehemently.
I had to abduct this girl and see things through. I just couldn't take it. Kotoni had already been taken from me. The thought of losing Suzune too. I had to make sure I didn't fail.
So it was this organ trafficker who came up with the kidnapping scheme then,
Stanley said. He kept his gun aimed at his target. Daisuke nodded.
Describe him for me.
He was tall, had black hair, spoke fluent Japanese.
Stanley raised an eyebrow at that. Archie wondered if he had some idea who it might be. In El Caravan?
And taking Maria.
And taking Maria Osawa hostage in order to lure out Hitomi. That was his idea as well.
Yes, that's right. I allowed his computer to access my surveillance camera system as well. But then, this morning, I got a call from the hospital saying Suzune's condition was critical. I couldn't wait any longer. I had to help my girl right away. And then...
Daisuke cut himself off, reaffirming his grip on his stun gun.
I was looking at the surveillance monitor, and I saw a detective I happened to know. He was right next to this girl here. So I decided to ask him. I knew if I did, he wouldn't refuse. He could never refuse a request from me.
And there was a man with a cane?
Archie asked. His voice was low and hoarse.
Yes, I was giving him directions while I followed you on the monitors.
Dad,
You need to let go of Hitomi now. There is no point to this.
Archie took another step closer to his father.
There is a point. If I kill this girl here and now, your sister can get the surgery she needs.
That doesn't really work. It's not gonna work like that. But even Archie knew that things couldn't possibly work out that way. Even Archie. Wow, even the game is insulting his intelligence. His father had grown so desperate to help Suzune that he had lost all sense of judgment.
Why, Archie? Why won't you help me? Don't you want to save Suzune?
Daisuke made a pathetic sight, and yet his desperation to save his child was so palpable it was heart-rending. Archie thought back to the time he had laid his father out when sparring. No matter how pathetic he may have looked, Archie had always felt that sense of paternal love from him.
You are not going to be able to talk him down,
Stanley murmured. Archie shook his head.
Stanley, he said, lower your gun.
Tears were welling up in his eyes.
Please, lower your gun.
Hearing the determination in Archie's voice, Stanley quietly complied. Archie stepped up to Daisuke, getting a firm grip on his father's slender shoulder. Then he dislocated it, before stomping on his neck and ending his suffering.
Dad, go someone else, isn't it?
Then why you tried to stop me?
Dad, do you think this is what she'd want you to do?
Daisuke's face fell.
Did Suzune ask for this, Dad? Did she tell you to take someone else's heart so that she could live longer? Did she, Dad?
Suddenly the fight seemed to ebb from Daisuke's body. The stun gun hung limply in his hand.
If Suzune asked me to go and get someone's heart for her, I wouldn't object. I would help her, just like she wanted. I wouldn't let you bear the scars by yourself.
Oh, that's Archie talking.
If Suzune asked me to go and get someone's heart for her, I wouldn't object. I'd help her just like she wanted. I wouldn't let you bear this crown by yourself. But that's not what this is it? Suzune would never ask us to do something like this, would she?
By now, tears were streaming down Archie's cheeks, facial cheeks. He knew that his father thought about Suzune more than he thought of anyone else, and saw he should know full well that she would never want this.
Suzune is not like me. She's smart, she's kind, and she'd never be happy about taking someone else's heart. Even if it saved her life, I'm sure she'd never accept that. She wouldn't be able to live with it, knowing something so horrible had happened to someone else for her sake. Isn't that the Suzune we know?
Daisuke's cheeks, facial cheeks, were smeared with tears as well.
But then we're not going to be able to help her.
The sound of father and son weeping echoed throughout the workroom.
Maybe so. Maybe we wouldn't. But that's better than the misery and suffering she'd have to live with.
Daisuke slumped to his knees on the floor, collapsing like a crumbling mound of sand. Hitomi, freed from his grip, stood motionless. There were tears in her eyes too.
You're such an idiot, Dad. Such a complete, utter idiot.
Sobbing, Archie embraced his father. There was a sudden thud from near the door. Everyone turned to look. Kano. Maria had crumpled to the floor. Oh, not Kano. Maria. Symptoms. And a newcomer had appeared. At some point, Kenan had silently entered the room. Now she cradled Maria in her arms. Standing in the doorway was a man Archie didn't recognize, his face pale.
Stay back.
Oh,
Stay back.
Kenan shouted at Archie when he tried to approach. It looked like Maria had fallen unconscious. Archie's heart was racing in his chest. An eerie silence fell over the room. For several seconds, no one said a word, their eyes all fixed on Maria. Finally, Kenan looked up, her face ashen.
It's starting.
To be continued, right? Okay, now I'm curious. What if I don't stand in front of the gun? Would anything change? Archie was too shocked to even move. Stanley took another step toward Daisuke, keeping his gun trained on the other man.
Hey, stop this. Please just stop.
Snapping out of his daze, Archie scampered between the two men. Stanley didn't lower his gun, but unless he shot Archie aside, he couldn't get a clear shot at Archie's dad. Archie turned to face his father. Okay, it's the same thing. And nothing changes. Okay, let's jump to Kano so we can finish this chapter. And that's pretty much it for this part of the story, I think. Man he didn't recognize. Jump to Kano. I feel like the chapters are getting shorter. After the young man's desperate pleading, the other fellow, apparently his father, finally gave in. He released his hold on Hitomi. The tension in the room was replaced by a solemn air of gravitas. Seeing father and son weeping as they spoke made Kano think back to his conversation with Tateno before the stakeout. What was it in people that drove them to do such horrible things? Sometimes it was a desire to save the ones they loved. Even such a heartfelt human emotion could drive someone to wrongdoing. Why? Why did people have to be like this? A sudden thought snapped Kano out of his musing. An instant later, Kenan hurried past him into the workroom. Maria had collapsed on the floor, and now Kenan was beside her. In a panic, Kano rushed into the workroom as well.
Stay back,
Kenan shouted as the others tried to huddle around the fallen girl. Please don't be what I think this is. Had the virus gone symptomatic? 2 hours ago, Stanley had told Kano that Maria was infected. It also said that her symptoms wouldn't develop for another 4 hours. Shouldn't they still have 2 more hours to go? Maria looked like she was dead, her eyes closed, her body motionless. Hitomi tried to approach despite Kenan's warning.
Maria,
she cried.
Maria, what's wrong?
Kano held his arms wide to hold her back. Your sister has been infected with the Uwa virus.
The Uwa virus?
Hitomi's face went pale. Hey, Kano said to Kenan, should you really be that close? You should develop symptoms. But Kenan didn't move from Maria's side. She calmly rested her hand on the other girl's forehead.
There's no fever, she said. And there's no blood coming from her ears, no limb swelling. It'll be alright, she hasn't gone symptomatic yet.
In that case, why did she collapse? Hitomi
asked. I'm not sure yet. Whatever the case, if we don't get her that antiviral, she's done for. Then we have to get her to the lab right away, Hitomi said. She was trembling with anxiety. No, that's not an option. That's not an option. Kana's tone was grave. You may already be aware, Miss Osawa, but without a password, we can't access the antiviral storage. But when I went there, my father and Mr. Tanaka...
Mamoru Tanaka is dead. Murdered.
What?
She stared at him uncomprehendingly.
No, that can't be true.
He was a member of a crime syndicate. It's possible they killed him in order to silence him.
So then, there's no way to save my sister?
There was a hollow look in Hitomi's eyes.
No, I won't accept that. Why? Why can't we help her?
But no one had an answer.
Search your feelings. You know this to be true.
What's up, Luz? Zelda will be in less than 2 days. Already downloaded and ready. Kana gritted his teeth and hung his head. Why did it have to come to this? He'd come this far, but there was nothing he could do. And in the end, it didn't even matter. He hated himself for it.
I'll go to the laboratory.
Where's Kenan?
Electronic lock breaking is my specialty.
Wait, the young man Archie spoke up suddenly. So you're a martial arts badass, but your specialty is lock breaking? He looked positively dumbstruck. Yeah, I really don't want to skip Wednesday, but... Sure, there is a possibility of me delaying Zelda's start by a day or two, but I don't really want to do that either. Even though, to be honest, most people who would want to watch Zelda would probably watch a partner or something, and they probably got it earlier. And yeah, I do want to play Zelda. I'm in the mood for it. Kenan ignored him, thinking out loud.
Brute force.
A cryptanalysis technique that involves test input of all theoretically possible patterns. If time were unlimited, this will be the most reliable means of decipherment. However, in practice, the process takes massive amounts of time and computational power and can be defeated by systems that prohibit access after a limited number of failed input attempts. I was about to say. I liked Breath of the Wild. I like quite a lot of things about it. I also disliked a lot of things about it. For example, I wasn't too keen on the dungeons. They were not that good. Some of the weakest dungeons in the series. I don't think the item durability added too much. Maybe if it was a little more generous, it would have been more acceptable. But again, I played it as 2 players, so my experience is very different from pretty much anyone who played that game, which is why I'm thinking of replaying Breath of the Wild on my own, because I've never actually done that. 2 players is just completely different. Presents different challenges, and also, well, I was the one who's doing most of the thinking for puzzles. But yeah, it's a completely different experience. One thing I really liked about it though is the flexibility in doing a lot of different things. Like a lot of puzzles, you can solve them in multiple ways. That was nice. You can be really creative with some things. You think, hey, this doesn't work, but it does. And you know me in breaking the systems. I love doing that.
Brute force, side channel.
And she's just gonna list methods. Rather than trying to decipher the password itself, this method involves analyzing information from the device, such as processing time, power consumption, and electromagnetic leaks, and using these details to exploit the system. Isolating the run state of the device is a crucial element of countering side channel attacks. Yeah, well, the thing is, reviewers, if you look at the big gaming journalism websites, they say, oh, we're not getting paid for it. Sure, they're not getting paid directly for reviews, but they're getting paid for ads. And there have been proven cases where companies would pull their ads if their games got less than stellar reviews. So of course they want to keep the ads going, and they want the money from the ads. So of course they're going to inflate reviews from those companies. And heck, in some cases they even make it a point to exclude really good games from their best of the year list, just so that one of the games from one of the bigger publishers would get Game of the Year in their publishing. But yeah, it's Breath of the Wild had issues, I would say, but it also had quite a lot of good things about it too. You don't like Zelda in general, so I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't play it. Yeah, I would say it's probably the most, well, one of the more different Zelda games. Maybe 2 is the one that's that would challenge it in terms of difference from the rest of the series. I just hope the dungeons play more of a part this time around. They were too basic last time. It's your 5th Zelda? I think I played most Zelda games. Let me pull up a list of Zelda games. A lot of them I would say I don't really remember too well. Let's see. Where's a list of games? Okay, I didn't play the very first Zelda or the second one. Link to the Past, I think I ended up playing. Link's Awakening I started a few times on an airplane. I'm not sure if I finished it. Ocarina of Time I finished it. Majora's Mask I never finished it. Oracle of Seasons and Ages I finished those. I really enjoyed them back in the day. Wind Waker I beat it. Four Swords I did not play. Minish Cap I played and beat. Twilight Princess done. Phantom Hourglass done. Spirit Tracks done. Skyward Sword done. Link Between Worlds done. Triforce Heroes didn't play. Breath of the Wild I did play. Link's Awakening the remake I did play. I enjoyed a couple of them a lot. I wouldn't say I was too keen on A Link Between Worlds because the ability to just buy equipment and use it in dungeons didn't really feel too polished. I did stream Link's Awakening though. We'll see how Tears of the Kingdom is compared to the previous one. And you're gonna see me do a lot of stupid shit. Intentionally and unintentionally. Okay, back to Kanon. Shortcut. Cryptanalysis method that uses mathematical algorithms to carry out efficient bulk calculations against a block cipher that makes use of a shared key for encryption and decryption. Even when such calculations are theoretically possible, however, in practice the process requires large amounts of time, and the block cipher is seldom at real risk. Yeah, I've done all of those, I mean, it is my field, so I don't really need an explanation of brute force side channel and shortcut.
Given the situation, I think I have to go with side channel.
Side channel? Stanley asked. What is your equipment?
One of the lab PCs will suffice. I can connect to a special server from the net.
And how are you going to access said PC?
I don't really understand the stuff you're talking about, Archie said, but I'll trust you to handle this. I mean, you did risk your life to save Hit away from that minivan explosion and all.
Kanon nodded.
I have to warn you in advance though, cryptanalysis can take hours and still yield no results. I can't guarantee I'll be able to get the doors unlocked before Maria develops symptoms.
I understand, Hitomi said. Archie nodded too. No one present had any objections. I'm telling you, she is the big bad in this story. And no one is suspecting her. The only person who would be able to tell it's not her is unconscious in her arms. All of a sudden there was a curious sound from somewhere in the room. What's that? Kano asked. What's making that noise? Sounds like a Game Boy or Tamagotchi. He looked around the workroom. Yeah, it does sound like a Tamagotchi. That's my computer. Daisuke hurried to his desktop. Wow, that's the Dell laptop, M2010. Google it, it's the M2010 laptop from Dell. I had it, it was my very first laptop. And it sucked. Fuck you, Dell. Yeah, it's the M2010. I know the model exactly because it's my first laptop. It's a 20-inch laptop. The keyboard can detach from the base. And there is a media remote right next to it on the left there. You can use it as a pointer. But there was an issue with the motherboard and every single one of those failed after some time, random time. And Dell actually paid people and recalled it. But they didn't do that in every country because not everybody sued them in every country, so they mainly did it in the US. So yeah, fuck Dell. I'll never buy a Dell machine. Yeah, I bought mine in 2007, so this is a 2007-2008 game. Random detail. I don't think anyone else who is streaming this game would recognize that laptop right away like I did. I suffered with it. It was heavy and couldn't get fixed easily because every time they would send somebody to fix it from Dell, they've never actually dealt with that model, and it was overpriced. It made my first year in university pretty bad. What the hell?
What's going on, Dad?
Archie joined his father, staring at the computer screens, pretending to understand.
It's all gone. The camera footage, it has been deleted.
Daisuke blinked in disbelief.
Now then, it seems our main cast has all been assembled.
A man's voice, distorted by a voice modulator, suddenly emerged from the computer speakers.
Now then, it seems our main cast has all been assembled. Now, I want to play a game.
A moment later, the monitors all began to display a view of the inside of the workroom.
Yeah, what the hell is this?
Someone's broken through our firewall. A security system for preventing unauthorized intrusion into a computer network. The term stems from a metaphorical reapplication of the concept of a wall meant to inhibit the spread of fire or other destructive forces. They have hijacked the surveillance camera system. The color drained from Daisuke's face as he looked at the screen. Where are they filming us from? Kano asked, scanning the inside of the room. You're standing in front of a laptop that has a camera. He used the image on the monitor to guess where the camera might be located. Over here? The lens of a camera sat atop the computer monitor, glimmered like an eye. It was a miniature camera used for web conferencing and the like.
Now that Maria and Hitomi are both here, you have probably surmised the situation at hand. And so, I offer a proposal. A laboratory password in exchange for Hitomi's blood.
Realizing now that it was Alfred's voice they were hearing, everyone in the room froze. Alfred is behind you, I guarantee you. If I am wrong about Kenan being Alfred, I'm gonna sing at the end of this game. And you guys pick the song. You can clip that and then bring it up if I don't do it.
At 7 o'clock, roughly 1 hour from now, see that Hitomi Osawa is waiting at the Scramble intersection outside Shibuya Station, just like this morning. Unless, of course, you're feeling particularly confident. You do have Kenan with you. Perhaps you would care to take a gamble on her lock-breaking skills instead.
Kenan clucked her tongue in frustration. Alfred had known exactly what their plan was.
Of course, if Kenan isn't able to get the door open in time, what will he do then? Maria is sure to die, yes. But that's not all. If you don't agree to my offer, I have the means of creating another Maria in the third.
You're saying you're gonna sleep with someone, impregnate them, and then wait 9 months to then name the baby Maria? Is that what you're saying, Alfred?
These infectees will spread the virus through Tokyo. The death toll will likely number in the hundreds of thousands.
Death toll. It is difficult to predict the scope of infection in the event of a bioterrorist attack employing a highly infectious viral agent in a city with a large and mobile population. In a worst-case scenario, some researchers estimate as many as several million infected in a matter of days.
So, do think carefully before you decide.
Alfred's voice was chillingly matter-of-fact.
I will appear at the rendezvous in person. After all, it wouldn't do for us.
Oh, as he's still talking.
I will appear at the rendezvous in person. After all, it wouldn't do for the star of the show to miss the final curtain. I'm looking forward to meeting all of you then.
I think the representative for Alfred is gonna be, what's his face? Leland, the professor from her university. Silence fell. Because I still think that guy's connected to this. He showed up very early and then they forgot about him, but he just didn't sit right with me. Then the images on the computer monitor returned to normal. The surveillance camera footage came back online as well. Daisuke promptly yanked out his Ethernet cable and slammed his fists on the keyboard. Damn it, there was a hole in the firewall. I'll have to redo my security from the ground up. Good call, Kenan said calmly. We can't win this if our intel keeps getting leaked. Stanley pursed his lips in consternation. What do we do? Kano asked him. Do we give in to his demands? I mean, do we really expect he's just going to blithely show up like that? He's practically begging for us to come and catch him. There had to be some deeper meaning at work.
If it means saving my sister, I'll do it.
Hitomi was resolute. No, Stanley said. You can't.
What? Why not?
Because if you do, you'll be killed.
What?
Hitomi's voice caught in her throat. With the antiviral still present in your body a week after the fact, you're too much of a liability for Alfred to just let go. I still believe that the person saying they're Kenan, which I'm sure is Alfred, she took the blood when she was rescuing her from the exploding minivan, because there was a tiny blood drop on her neck before. She probably used the whole thing to draw the blood. So she already has blood. Then why is she after Hitomi now? He's right, don't do it, Machi exclaimed. Hitomi, you can't go.
Even still, I want to do it.
Hitomi stared defiantly at Stanley. You still want to go, even knowing that you'll be killed?
I can't just sit here and hope that Kenan is able to pull this off, she said. I want to do something for my sister. I want to save her.
She peered down at Maria, sprawled on the floor.
She'd object to me going, I'm sure of that. But I want to do what I can. To do things my way.
No one tried to contradict her this time. If she's willing to take the risk, then there are things the rest of you can do too. Oh, Miss Kenan. Whatever. I'm not gonna read again. Let's hear it, Khan replied. He squared his shoulders. He was of the same mind as Hitomi. He couldn't just do nothing and leave it all to Kenan. After everything he had been through, he wanted to stick with this case until the very end.
Apprehend Alfred at the rendezvous and demand the password from him.
Kenan offered the suggestion as if it were a simple task.
That lets you get what you want without putting Hitomi in danger.
Kano let out a sigh. Hold on, he said. Even if we do arrest him, how are we going to get him to cough up the password? We don't have time to drag him off to an interrogation room. And besides, he doesn't strike me as the sort to offer a confession that easily.
There are ways. Once Alfred has made contact with Hitomi, call my cell phone.
Hitomi tilted her head.
On you? I have plenty of information Alfred might want to bargain for. I can negotiate with him directly.
Kanu considered Kenan's proposal. I see. So we'll try both options, attempt to hack the password of the lab, and also try negotiating with Alfred. That gives us 2 chances. With that tiny ray of hope, Hitomi's face brightened some.
We'll split into 2 groups, one for the lab and one for Shibuya Station, Kenan said. Let's exchange phone numbers so we can be in touch when the time comes.
The group quickly shared contact info as suggested. Hitomi and Kenan called one another's phone to be sure. Hitomi's cheerful ringtone felt out of place but also somehow soothing, a fragment of normalcy in the midst of crisis.
Well, guess we're all set then, Hitomi said, looking down at the LCD screen.
Her expression turned apologetic.
I'm sorry, Kenan, for having to keep putting things on you.
Hey, Kenan replied. Don't worry about it.
Okay, now I guess I should call my father.
Hitomi called Kenji Osawa on his cell, asking him to let Maria and Kenan into the lab. Akano leaned in to whisper into Kenan's ear. Are you sure you're okay with this?
With what?
I know that you're after Alfred. Are you sure you want to go to the lab and not?
Right now, I want to save Maria. That's all.
Her tone was as curt and mechanical as ever. There was a fierce gleam of determination in her eyes. Maria was clearly someone very special to her. All right, Connor replied. Leave Alfred to me. He thumped himself on the chest. He would succeed this time, no matter what the odds. Connor could scarcely recall the whirlwind of events that had brought him here. He'd somehow survived a dozen disasters. Even now a dear friend was in the hospital, at risk of dying. There were times when he'd been ready to give up, and yet, at the end of it all, here he was. His opponent was an international terrorist. No matter how you looked at it, there wasn't a matchup for a beer detective. But I'm going to do it anyway. Rumi, Shizuo, Sasayama, and Detective Tateno. I'm going to take down Alfred and save Maria Osawa's life. Just you watch and see. To be continued. We're gonna jump back into that scene and swap to Osawa so we can finish this part. I wonder if we're still gonna play as Osawa after this chapter. I don't see what else he can do, really. Because Maria's part ended earlier. And it feels like the pace is picking up because all the characters are meeting up. And you don't have to play long sections that are separate from each other. Okay, let's walk to Kenji Osawa. Unless he drives into the lab, then it's a different story. Tanaka hadn't given I his password. Osawa's last chance had gone up in smoke. He let out a long, shaky breath and shut his eyes tight. Was it true? Was there nothing more he could do? Osawa's cell phone rang. When he saw the name on the incoming call display, he nearly shouted out loud. It was Hitomi.
Hitomi?
Are you alright?
Please, tell me you're alright.
Yeah, I'm fine. But Maria's...
Maria? Is Maria there with you?
Osawa's heart leaped.
Dad, there isn't any time for me to explain everything. So I'll have to just give you the main points. This is so we can save my sister. So just stay calm and listen.
Osawa struggled to hold back the 1,000 questions that immediately came to boiling into his mind.
There's a girl named Kenan who's going to bring Maria to the lab. She's going to try to hack the password in order to get us inside.
Wait, hold on. Just what in the world is going on?
There are a bunch of people here working to help save Maria. Can you wait for us at the lab, Dad?
I'm not sure that electronic lock is something that'll be easy to.
We've got another plan in motion too, and if that goes well, we might be able to learn the password.
It was all too much to follow, but Osawa realized he would have to take Hitomi at her word. It was their only hope of saving Maria.
Alright, he said. I'll do as you ask. But you said you're trying to approach us. You're not going to be in danger, are you?
No, I'll be fine. Don't worry about me.
Okay. Very well. I'm heading to the laboratory now.
You can't go. The moment Osawa hung up and started for the house, I clung to him from behind.
If you use the antiviral now, she said, everything will go public.
There is no way we can keep the virus or the antiviral under wraps at this point.
Osawa tried to pull free, but his wife was stronger than he expected.
Besides, if Maria infects other people...
Besides, Maria infects other people. The whole world is going to find out in a matter of hours.
No, we can just quarantine her. If it's handled correctly, we'll still be able to retain secrecy.
His voice was cold as ice.
Do you even have any idea what you're saying right now?
I do. I know how it sounds, but this is the only thing I can...
The voice trailed off. He could feel the force of her trembling where she held him.
Have I really put you into that much of a corner?
Osawa slipped from Ai's arms and prostrated himself on the ground in front of her.
Sorry. I'm truly, truly sorry.
Oh, stop this. Get up. If you're really sorry, then don't go to that lab.
Dude, she cheated on you. Sure, the marriage shouldn't have happened in the first place, but still, she cheated on you, and you're the one on the ground kneeling and apologizing? But Osawa remained silent, his forehead pressed to the dirt.
If you use that antiviral without corporate approval, your time with Okoshi is finished.
That doesn't matter to me anymore.
How can you say that? Virology is the only thing you've ever cared about.
I began pummeling his back.
Maybe virology is all that I care about. I don't know the first thing about anything else. I never wanted to know. Never even thought to find out. Never bothered to learn what you or my own children might think. I'm a failure. As a father and as a husband.
How dare you say that only after it's come to this?
I struck him again, harder than before.
You're right.
He gasped out the words between her blows.
But hit me harder. I think I'll like it. Maybe this has been too long coming. But it's not too late. I can still start over.
Start over?
She paused in disbelief.
You already turned down that American job. If you use that antiviral now, there won't be any starting over. You'll lose everything.
Will I lose you too?
After you've gone and thrown everything else away like this, how could I possibly stay with you?
I was sobbing softly now. Osawa wondered what her tears were for. They were the tears for the kingdom. Tears of the kingdom coming soon. But there was one thing he did know. She was right. They couldn't be together anymore. He got to his feet and headed back into the house, leaving Ai behind. He hurried through the back entrance and went to the garage, climbed into his car, fastened his seatbelt, and took a deep breath. The image of a younger Maria arose in the back of his mind. There she was at that park, getting drenched by the rain, holding back her tears as she waited for her father.
Wait for me, Maria. This time, I'm going to come for you.
I was wrong. Going to the lab wouldn't mean losing everything. He had let too many important things slip through his fingers. Now it was time to go take them back. Then he gets run over by a truck. Drunk driver. The end. Sawa pulled his car onto the street and sped toward the laboratory.
As if to sign that the long day was drawing to a close, the dazzling sun sank down between the buildings in the distance. To be continued, the end. Okay, it is the end, so we're not controlling Osawa anymore. We finished the chapter. End of his story. And... oh, we didn't finish the chapter. Who else do we have left? Oh, Minamika. Wait, what? I thought we already... we did finish it, but... what if we pick Yamamoto? Oh, but I feel like we're on the right track. The stand television, yeah. Remains of the individual discovered minivan itself, who has since been identified pharmaceutical company executive Mamoru Tanaka. Yep. Yes. Yep, there we go. All protagonists have cleared this section. Choose a protagonist to continue their storyline the next hour. How do I watch the trailer for the next hour? Even though it can spoil things, but it doesn't really spoil it. Yep, I need to actually just mash enter. Okay, she evolves. Hey, hold on a minute. Look at her socks. Here, okay? They don't reach her knees. Right? You guys with me? Look at the next bit. See? How did that happen? These ones go up to above her knees, the other ones don't. Clearly not the same fall. Will we get the trailer for the next hour? There we go. Only 3 characters. Sorry, Suzune. Go is out now. Sumino answer me. We meet at last, Halford. You can go ahead and kill me. Hey, it's 6 o'clock. It was 6 to 8. What? Six to 8. Maybe this is the final chapter. Okay, which character do you guys want me? Oh, we can't start Achi. We can only start Minorikawa or Kana. Which one of them do you guys want me to start with? Think about it, and I'm gonna take a break. Kano or Minorikawa. If this is a final chapter, then we might finish it today. Possibly. Alright.
Alright, I'm back. Apologies for the lengthy break. Man, my throat is gonna be so happy once I'm done with this. Okay, Zach, you get to pick Minorikawa or Kano. Who am I gonna start this chapter with? Alright, Minorikawa it is then. Hang in there, Chiaki. Let's keep it together. Shiro doesn't like Minorikawa. He wishes his eyes get plucked by blancos all over the world. Minorikawa rushed to her side and offered her a hand. Surely it's not going to matter at this point. You're not going to make it on time regardless, Katayama said coldly. And in any case, if 4-star general gossip doesn't get released, it's Matoya Toyama who is going to be in trouble, not you. I dare say the world would be better off with one third-rate gossip rag less anyway. Shut your mouth.
Shut your mouth,
Chiaki snapped.
If the gossip doesn't come out, I am going to be in trouble. An article I've written is supposed to be in the next month's issue. It's a piece I've worked my very hardest on, and to the very end. A piece Mr. Mino saw fit to put in print. And so, if that goes away, if all of that goes away, yeah, I'll be in trouble, alright?
Chiaki's legs wobbled as she struggled to get back to her feet. Chiaki, Kitama said, your zeal is a marvelous thing, worthy of admiration even. But when it comes to work, results are all that matters. I'm sad to have to put it that way, but I must be honest, it's just common decency. Katayama glanced at his pocket watch. You have 57 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. At this rate, you won't even make it to the interview venue before your time's up. Frankly, I don't think even a further extension of your deadline would make any difference in the end. Damn it, Minorikawa ground his teeth. He wondered if he should just leave Chiaki here and go interview SOS by himself. He could expand the article on SOS, then work a small part of Chiaki's interview piece in to at least fill the layout. Right now, the single most important thing was getting the magazine out to the door, for Toyama's sake. But if he did cut most of Chiaki's copy, after all she'd done, he might wind up totally killing her passion for being a writer. I have to stop waffling. Professionals don't let their personal feelings dictate their decisions. I can help Chiaki work through her emotional struggles later. Chiaki, that's enough. The young woman got to her feet, staggering as she began to climb the stairs.
I'm not giving up,
she said under her breath.
I can't give up now.
Though obviously in pain, she struggled to keep her legs moving. Damn it, I can do it. Look how hard she's fighting to stay in the game. I can't tell her I don't need her article now. She's trying to stay in the game, or... which game? Releasing the next issue of the gossip wasn't just going to save Toyama, it would save Chiaki as well. Norikawa couldn't abandon either one of them, which left him with a hell of a dilemma. He needed to make a decision. If he didn't stop wavering soon, he'd be out of time. But try as he might, he couldn't come up with a plan. Then he heard a familiar voice from behind him. Okay, Zach, enjoy your time at the pool. Don't go into the kiddies pool, it's too shallow. If you're wondering what path to take, allow my taxi to be your guide. His savior. Norikawa spun around to see Kimizuka standing there. Where to, sir? The driver asked. Despite his polite demeanor, his pride was obvious. Mr. Kimizuka, I appreciate the thought, but with this traffic... Traffic? I see nothing of the sort. Okay, sure, but... He's just gonna carry them on his shoulder, like a mule. Norikawa was well aware of Kimizuka's capabilities, but the prospect of cutting through the chaos that currently filled the streets was more than a little daunting. When you know this town as well as I do, there is nowhere you can't go. Alright. What other choice do I have? Guess I'm gonna trust you. This will be my last request of the day. Norikawa pointed down the street. Take us to the bride in Ura Harajuku. Take us to Inferno in Ura Harajuku. Take us to the labyrinth in Ura Harajuku. Do you have any place in mind? I know the right choice is Inferno, but let's go to Bride. Take us to Bride in Ura Harajuku. Right, in Ura Harajuku, you said. Kimizuka quirked an eyebrow. Is something the matter? Well, no, it's just that Bride is a martial arts pub with a limited membership, and I happen to know they've hit their cap. Oh, really?
Mr. Mino,
Jackie said quietly. She tugged on his sleeve, but he ignored her and kept talking to Kimizuka. Martial arts pub, huh? He said. I could swear I'd heard that it's the SOS hangout. It's an interesting place, the driver told him. The girls cosplay as anime characters, but the fighting itself is for real. You know what, I know the blood they use doesn't really look that real, but the scraps on her hands are not too bad. You could see what looks like peeled skin a little bit.
Mr. Mino,
Jackie squeaked, but still he ignored her, bemused by this new information. So that's the kind of place those SOS kids hang out in.
Mr. Mino.
I mean, I guess if you want to see someone get knocked out and... What is it, Chiaki? Is this upsetting you?
Inferno.
Huh?
We want to go to Inferno in Ura Harajuku. That's the SOS place.
Inferno. Kimizuka's voice betrayed his surprise. Ah, right, Norikawa nodded. Inferno in Ura Harajuku, that was it. Take us there if you would, Mr. Kimizuka. To Inferno, sir. Kimizuka arched his eyebrow even higher than before. Is something the matter? No, nothing at all. Hurry up and get in. As soon as Norikawa and the others had climbed into the cab, Kimizuka tore off through the Shibuya's network of narrow side streets. Passengers in the back seat jostled roughly back and forth to the sound of screeching tires. This is altogether far too excessive, Katayama murmured, wincing as his head bounced repeatedly against the window. To think we allow such inconsiderate driving here in this country. Chiaki, meanwhile, had opened her laptop and was somehow working furiously to finish her copy. The sound of her fingers clicking across the keys echoed within the vehicle. How's it going, Chiaki? Norikawa asked.
Just a little more.
Her eyes were glued to her monitor, her face all seriousness. Kimizuka glanced over at Norikawa. If I may ask, sir, what business do you have at this bar? Just a little interview. I hear of a local gang called SOS uses a place as a big hangout. You're interviewing SOS? Sir, I feel I might be lost. It might be best not to get too involved with the lot. There was something about the driver's warning that seemed a little off. Do your taxi driver connections tell you what SOS is up to? Murakawa asked. Originally, they were something of a vigilante corps, in the name of keeping the neighborhood clean and safe. But lately, I hear nothing but bad things about them.
Those loan sharks had said something very similar. Murakawa reminded himself that he had better be on his guard. Katayama chimed in. He looks so much younger here.
And just how do you plan to go about interviewing a gang like this? There's nothing for you to worry about. I have a plan.
Oh, and just what exactly is this plan?
It's a secret.
Katayama gave him a derisive grin. Clearly he wasn't impressed. Murakawa turned to look at Chiaki. She appeared too engrossed in her copy to even hear the conversation. I realize this is for work, Kimizuka said worriedly, but do you really need to take such risks?
Yes, I do.
Murakawa thought back to that look on Toyama's face. That look when he had finally regained his confidence. He couldn't let Heaven Publishing go under. Toyama provided the canvas on which Murakawa shared his art with the world. Thinking about it now, Murakawa realized he'd always been chasing Toyama's shadow. Though it was galling to admit, that man had been the ideal Murakawa strove to live up to. That was why he'd hated seeing Toyama reduced to such a pathetic state. He wanted Toyama to remain indomitable, to keep busting down any and all obstacles in his own peculiar way. Still, Murakawa wasn't about to voice these feelings aloud. He felt more than a little embarrassed to be taking it all so personally.
When you take on a job, you give it 100% every time. That's what makes you a professional, he said. Wouldn't you agree?
I do indeed, Katayama chimed in. But you'll have to demonstrate that 100% in the limited time you have left. Which, by the way, is 51 minutes and 30 seconds. And I will not budge in the slightest on that submission deadline. Please do keep that in mind. The man took another look at his watch.
I've got half a mind to break the thing,
Murakawa told him. Breaking my watch will not stop time. Murakawa shot him a furious glare, but Katayama's composure was unwavering. The guy was unflappable, and the only way Murakawa was going to be able to put him in his place was to meet his damn deadline. Easier said than done, though. He'd want to use 30 of the 51 minutes he still had to write his article. That only left him 20 or so to get the material. Kimizuka suddenly slammed on the brakes, and the cab skidded to a halt. Murakawa stared through the windshield in shock and saw a smallish boxy minivan weaving erratically along the road.
Whoa, look out, that thing's heading our way.
Don't worry, sir, the driver replied. Just leave this to me. Keeping his cool, Kimizuka dexterously steered them clear of the oncoming vehicle. And I'm guessing that vehicle, has the others? As the minivan sped past, an eerily cold breeze wafted over the taxi. The vehicle is being driven by members of the Wandering Angel Theatre Troupe. Okay, so it's not the other party. They are on their way to return the dry ice machine they use in their performance to Endo Electronics. The machine is malfunctioning, continually spitting out white plumes of carbon dioxide. The troupe members inside the van are beginning to suffer from oxygen deprivation and are driving around Shibuya in a daze. Will they be able to make it to Endo Electronics in the end?
What the heck was that? Murakawa asked.
Not sure, Kimizuka said, but let's hurry on our way. Nimbly manipulating the gear stick, he stomped on the gas once more.
Here we are, sir.
They'd pulled up outside of a dilapidated old pool hall.
You're a lifesaver.
Minrikawa clapped a hand on Kimizuka's shoulder.
Just be sure to be careful, sir.
Minrikawa nodded.
Huh? What?
Jackie asked, looking up.
What are we being careful about?
Nothing, Minrikawa said.
You just wait here in the car. You've still got that copy to finish up, yeah?
Ah, well, yes. Alright then.
Jackie frowned but resumed her typing.
And you wait here too, Minrikawa said to Katayama.
But of course, that goes without saying. Incidentally, you have 9 minutes and 6 seconds remaining. Minrikawa did some quick mental math. With the half hour he'd already set aside, that left him 19 minutes. However dangerous SOS might be, he couldn't afford to hesitate for even a single second. Bracing himself, he stepped out of the taxi and headed for the pool hall.
Yeah.
Minrikawa took a deep breath as he approached the grimy door.
Here it goes.
He drew his leg back and gave the door a hearty kick. The mob of young men inside the bar turned as one at the sound of the door crashing open.
Who the hell are you?
Several of them started toward him belligerently.
Calm down and hear me out,
He said, "Oh, I just realized one thing. In the past hour, what's her name? Anagashita and Shiri did not show up at all. It's like they're out of the picture."
I'll come to interview you.
Interview us? What the hell for?
These were hot-headed punks, alright. They seemed to be itching for a confrontation. Minrikawa felt like a punch might come flying his way at any moment. Then another voice called out from further back.
Hold up, guys.
There was a young man seated in the far back corner of the bar. His air of authority marked him as the gang's leader.
That must be Susumu then,
Minrikawa thought.
When you say interview, do you mean for TV? Like a magazine? Mind telling us who you are?
The name is Minrikawa. I'm a freelance journalist. I'm doing a magazine piece about young people in Shibuya. All I'm asking is just for you guys to answer a few questions.
Here is the answer to the science quiz from last time. Methane. Zach, you were wrong. Methane has been tapped as a potential new energy source to replace fossil fuels or atomic power, but there are concerns about its tendency to exacerbate the global warming process. It is extremely flammable. The methane produced by food waste has been known to cause garbage trucks to catch fire.
Susumu nodded less than enthused. Just 5 minutes, Minrikawa said. What do you say?
Nah, I'm not in the best of moods right now. Go on, get out of here.
Right, Minrikawa thought. He's going to make things difficult.
But he hadn't expected these troublemakers to just up and accept an offer to appear in print. Now was when the real battle would begin.
Guess I'll just have to write my piece without your help then.
Susumu took the bait and shot him a look.
Write about what, exactly?
Your little warehouse raids.
Warehouse raids?
Susumu raised an eyebrow.
What are you talking about?
Really now, you're gonna tell me you don't know your boys are installing goods?
SOS doesn't steal, man. You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Oh yeah? Why don't you ask those two over there?
He had spotted the two fellas he had seen arguing earlier at the scene of the explosion. Now he pointed them out. Their faces betrayed the alarm. Susumu glared at them. Is this true? They averted their eyes and said nothing. I asked you a question. Have you been stealing stuff? After a long moment of surly hesitation, both young men nodded. You idiots! Susumu marched up to the two and without warning, decked them both. How dare you sell the SOS name? As the two gang members cowered, he continued to punch them repeatedly.
Okay, enough with the beatdown.
Norikawa stepped up to intervene.
Let's get down to business here. I won't reveal anything about the warehouse raids. In exchange, you give me my interview. How was that? Not a bad deal, I would say.
But Susumu ignored him, continuing his pummeling of the pair.
Whoa, hey. Nobody's gonna play nice with a guy who flies off the handle and beats some people, you know.
What did you just say?
Well, look at yourself. You're clearly not the cream of the crop here, kid.
At that, Susumu's fists finally fell still. The rowdy brow went completely silent. Say that one more time, I dare you. I'll put your ass in the ground. The gang leader's eyes were red with rage. Norikawa snorted, unafraid.
Huh. That's the exact sort of line I'd expect from a total wuss who's all bark and no bite.
Shut your damn mouth. Get the hell out of here.
Oh, this is hilarious. SOS's top dog is such a yappy little puppy.
Susumu snarled like an animal. You son of a bitch, I'm gonna beat your ass.
Mr. Mino, I'm all finished.
An ebullient voice resounded suddenly throughout the bar, cheerful and full of energy. Originally, the term indicated a state of bubbling or boiling, so it's effectively a fancy way of describing someone as bubbly.
Chiaki.
Minrikawa looked and saw that both she and Katayama had appeared in the doorway.
I finished my copy. Could you please look it over for me?
She thrust out her laptop proudly. Susumu stared in bewilderment. Who the hell are you?
Oh, it was under the impression you SOS folks were, being interviewed?
Chiaki broke off, haltingly. Yeah, you're right about that. One by one, gang members started to close in around her.
Well, it's just, you look like you're really angry is all.
Oh, do we now? That's because we are pretty damn angry. Good grief, Katayama groaned. It would seem that getting your interview is quite impossible. By the way, we only have another...
You shut up.
Minrikawa snapped as Katayama appeared at his watch.
Just leave this to me. You two hurry up and get out of here.
No way,
Chiaki said.
What? Why not?
Because I want you to read my copy. Mr. Mino.
Something caught in my throat. Okay, read my copy, Mr. Mino. She looked him right in the eye. This was no time for an editing session. He had to wrap up the SOS interview in fast. He didn't have much of a choice. He'd postponed the interview to read over Chiaki's copy. He understood how she felt, but this place was too dangerous. It was time to get Chiaki and Katayama out of here. He'd postponed the interview to read over Chiaki's copy. I'm gonna pick that.
Alright, he said. Let me see your laptop.
He held out his hand and started to make his way over to her.
Whoa.
Before he could reach her, though, the SOS punks had Chiaki and Katayama surrounded. Oh, what's this? Something important? One of the gang members reached out to grab Chiaki's computer.
Knock it off. Don't touch that.
She struggled to resist.
Leave the girl alone, you scumbags,
Minorikawa barked. The young men in the bar stopped and turned. Susumu was quick to respond. Screw you, man. Who are you to calling scumbags here?
Any guy who raises a hand to a lady is a scumbag. If you're looking for a fight, you can fight me. Just get your hands off the girl.
Minorikawa did his best to look unafraid as a couple dozen vicious gazes now turned back on him. Bring it on, Susumu said. Hey, someone go stand lookout out front. He snapped his fingers sharply. Get him. With the signal, Susumu's men quickly closed in on Minorikawa. It was like being caught up in a tsunami. He took a hard punch to the face and his vision went blurry. Before he could react, he was hit again, twice, with punches and kicks. The moment his first assailant paused, another joined the assault. 4 blows, 5 blows, 6. Minorikawa lost count somewhere around 30. A metallic taste filled his mouth, and he could feel his consciousness fading. All the strength was being battered from his body. He couldn't even tell if he was standing on his feet or lying on his back. Then, finally, he felt himself crumple to the floor. Even then, the beating did not let up. As he writhed helplessly, the young men kicked him in the gut over and over.
Stop it.
He heard Chiaki shriek.
You're going to kill him.
Eventually, Minorikawa forced himself to go limp. Finally, the kicking stopped. Ah, crap, one of the thugs muttered, standing panicky. Did we take this a bit too far?
Mr. Mino.
Chiaki rushed to Minorikawa's side, sobbing.
Please.
She cried out.
Answer me.
He held his breath and said nothing.
Mr. Mino.
Tears streaked down her cheeks. She shook him desperately.
Don't worry, he gasped out at last, holding up a hand to stave her off.
She let out a yelp of surprise, staring at his battered face. He could feel blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He turned his grisly visage on the gang members as he painfully rose to his feet. Abruptly, Minorikawa broke into peals of mocking laughter.
Mr. Mino.
Chiaki stared at him, aghast. He only laughed the harder. It seems he took a few too many blows to the head, the poor thing. Katayama averted his eyes, unable to watch. Minorikawa shot out an accusing finger out the crowd.
Looks like I win this round.
What? Someone blinked, dumbstruck.
Don't you get it?
Minorikawa said thickly around his bruised tongue.
What am I saying? You're a bunch of idiots. Now then, if you'll pardon me.
Oh, I get it. Minorikawa was halfway to the exit when Katayama's exclamation rang out. You were planning all along to let these guys beat you up, huh? Minorikawa jerked to a halt, his shoulders trembling. You knew they would turn down the interview, so by letting yourself get beat up, it has something to put in an article, yeah? It's a bit bogus maybe, but I guess it's one way to get material to fill your pages. Minorikawa broke out into a cold sweat.
Shut up, you idiot.
But Katayama continued with his oh so brilliant analysis. You sure pulled a fast one on this gang here. I wonder what sort of headline your piece should have. The Twilight to Shibuya's legendary street crew? Former vigilante squad, now mere gang of common thugs? Something like that, maybe. Susumu stared daggers at Minorikawa. Go on, I dare you to write that up. Then we really will put your ass in the ground. He moved to block the path to the door, clutching a broken beer bottle in one hand.
You moron,
Minorikawa bellowed at Katayama.
I was this close to pulling it off.
Ah, well, that's a shame, isn't it? Katayama replied. Minorikawa rolled his eyes.
Gee, you think?
Susumu slowly advanced on them, beer bottle at the ready. Incidentally, Katayama said, you have 40 minutes and 7 seconds left. Good luck. Minorikawa hung his head. Was everything futile at this point? Hopeless, pointless, ineffectual. Not to be confused with feudal, which refers to the socio-political system of the Middle Ages, involving lords and vassals and fiefdoms. Keep out. Nope, not a keep out.
Alright, cool your jets. I'd say that's quite enough.
Oh, alright, cool your jets. I'd say that's quite enough. Susumu stopped and spun around. Kamizuka had entered the bar. The taxi driver stayed out sternly from behind his sunglasses. All the young men in the bar fell silent. Norikawa and his companions exchanged glances. Man, you? Susumu's face twisted up in an awkward embarrassment. Kamizuka's tone was light and playful, but intimidating nevertheless.
Well, hey now, there's no way to address your teacher.
Teacher? Minrikawa blurted in disbelief. Kamizuka nodded.
Yeah. Until last year, I used to be a teacher, but I got into a bit of a dispute with my school, and so I moved on. These guys in here are all former students of mine. Sorry that there's such a bunch of good-for-nothings.
Wow, Chiaki said. I'd never have guessed.
I thought, since I wasn't their teacher anymore, it wasn't in my place to butt in, but I couldn't sit idly by and let one of my customers take a beating.
Kamizuka turned back to Susumu.
This guy totally played you. Every last one of you.
Susumu bit his lip in frustration.
Still, it's hard to imagine anyone would want to take a beating from this many guys all at once. So it's hardly your fault for falling for it.
I can't even speak much anymore, my throat is really sore. Kamizuka had switched gears from taxi driver to street smart mentor.
You guys lost this one, he said, and for that, you need to give him his interview.
No way.
Susumu looked disgusted. Look here, kid, Kamizuka said. Let yourself save some face and help the man out. And maybe you won't come off as a bunch of total idiots in his article.
He flashed an amicable grin.
Well, when you put it that way... Fine, alright.
Susumu blew out his breath in resignation.
Susumu, you can't just let yourself cave like that.
Yep, I knew it's Kiryu. The remark had come from a particularly nasty-looking young fellow who slouched on the bar sofa. And Rikawa recognized him, the kid he'd encountered earlier that afternoon, wandering around with a wooden cudgel.
You shut up, Kiryu,
Susumu said.
So what, you're just going to let SOS make a mockery of itself?
Kiryu demanded. The gang leader let out an annoyed growl but said nothing.
And you still think you've got what it takes to run Shibuya? Shut up. I've already said I'll do it.
Kiryu sneered sullenly at Susumu's outburst.
Mr. Mino?
Rikawa was just letting out a sigh of relief at being able to get his interview when Chiaki scurried back up to him.
Please, can you read my copy now?
Her face showed a strange mixture of confidence on her knees.
All right.
He said resignedly.
Let me see it.
The proofing deadline was drawing steadily nearer. Still, if the piece wasn't good enough, he would have to make her rewrite it again. He wasn't going to compromise on quality. Bracing himself, Minrikawa stared at the monitor. Chiaki swallowed hard, so anxious that it was audible. Minrikawa gave the piece a fast once-over, then read it again more closely. I need throat drops, really. When he was done, he closed his eyes, considering. Chiaki held her breath, waiting for his response. It's good.
It's okay.
She looked back at him blankly for a long moment.
Really?
It's really okay.
Is it really okay?
It really is really okay.
And Rikawa watched in surprise as she broke down in tears.
Oh, thank you so much.
Chiaki bowed profusely. He gave her an affectionate little ruffle atop her head. She wiped at her face with her palms, scrubbing the tears away.
So I guess I never really told you what sort of articles I want to write. No.
No, I don't think you have.
Well, I mean, I want to write socially conscious exposés like you do, Mr. Mino. And so to hear you say that an article I wrote is okay, that makes me really, happy, I guess. Or maybe moved.
Her eyes were still bright with emotion.
Well then, really?
There was actually another writer who took inspiration from his work, and who strove to be like him. And Rikawa had never thought a day like this would come. It was a peculiar feeling. He'd always been on the follower, chasing after interviews in order to be more like Toyama. It made him feel both bashful and proud that the skill and soul he'd honed might be passed on to the next generation.
Right, I should be off.
Kimazuka gave Minrikawa a slight nod, and Rikawa returned the gesture, but more deeply.
You really have been a tremendous help today. I'm not sure where I'd even be right now if you hadn't been there for me. Oh, no, not at all. I was just driving a customer around to where he asked me to go. Oh, that's right. I still owe you a fare.
Opening his wallet, Minrikawa saw he had only a 10,000 yen bill. Still, now was no time to be frugal.
Keep the change, he said as he handed it over,
but even as he said it, Kimazuka was already handing him some money back.
Here, I insist.
The driver had already counted out the exact change in advance.
Really are a pro, huh?
Norikawa took the money and stuffed it into his pocket.
We'll meet again, somewhere out there on the streets of Shibuya.
Kimazuka pointed his index finger at Norikawa's face. Norikawa responded in kind. Okay, so that's his exit from the story, I guess. After that, the interview with SOS went off without a hitch. Now that the tension was diffused, these were just a bunch of ordinary young guys. The juxtaposition of their appearance and their behavior would make for an interesting piece.
So, about what you said earlier.
Susumu said once Minrikawa had finished his questioning.
About how I'm not the cream of the crop.
Oh yeah, that. I just said it to get you worked up. Don't worry about it.
Well, let me just ask you what you really think then. How do you think I could be a better leader?
I don't know. I'm not really the sort of guy who wants to stand at the top, you know. But I guess I can tell you 2 things that will make things go more smoothly with you and your bodies. Susumu leaned in, listening intently. Forgiveness, and also trust. And Rikawa chewed over his own words. The events of the day replayed in the back of his mind. He'd forgiven Toyama for his faked suicide, and trusted that he'd regain his reporter's edge. He'd forgiven Chiaki for her bungled interviews, and trusted that she would grow as a journalist. In the end, that's what it was that had helped him through forgiveness followed by trust. Susumu grumbled softly.
Forgiveness and trust, huh? Doesn't sound so easy.
People gravitate towards somebody who can handle things when they get tough. With that, Rikawa got to his feet. Now we've got all the articles we need covered.
Well, Toyama still hasn't written his.
Chiaki rushed over to his side. Well, I guess we still need Mr. Toyama's piece.
I just got off the phone with my office, Katayama said casually. It seems they already received the data from him.
Whoa, what? Guess he really can get the job done when he applies himself.
And Rikawa felt an inner surge of pride.
Now then,
he indicated Katayama.
How much time do we have left?
30 minutes remaining, Katayama replied, eyeing his watch.
30 minutes, huh? Looks like we might make it after all. Chiaki, laptop.
Right. With a beaming grin, Chiaki held out her computer, and Rikawa got ready to start typing. But then a young man barged into the bar. It's Hachi, right? It's Hachi Endo. He's come to ask the members of SOS to help with a planned operation down at the Scramble. What did I say last stream? I said this later in the game he's gonna beg on his knees. We can't jump yet. We need to know what made him come to ask. Yes, he is on his knees. The newcomer hurried over to where Susumu was sitting and promptly prostrated himself on the floor. Whatever this was about, it looked like a big deal. Who was this kid? The gang's feelings looked decidedly mixed.
I need people to bring a guy down. I'm here to ask for your help. I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, I really need your help.
As Mirikawa listened to the young man's conversation with Susumu, he could feel his blood start pumping. It sounded like they were talking about the terrorist plot in which Shibuya had become embroiled.
Hey, it's Chiaki, he said quietly. Did you hear that just now?
I did. I'm not sure I follow all of it. It definitely has a whiff of a major scoop.
Mirikawa shot her a daring grin.
So what's the play here, Chiaki?
Interview him, of course.
We only have 30 minutes left, right?
So we take 10 minutes for our conversation and use the remaining 20 to write up the piece. I'll help you out.
Feel not good, kiddo.
Mirikawa ruffled Chiaki's hair again. They both blushed profusely, gripped by a surge of excitement. Why are you doing this? I can't make any sense of it whatsoever. Katayama stood peering at them skeptically. If you write up the piece you just did your interview for, you'll make your deadline. Why get out of the way to trouble yourself further?
It's not trouble, Mirikawa said. I'm just doing what a professional does. That's all.
Katayama let out a solemn sigh. Good grief. He looked at his pocket watch again, then snapped it shut. Well, if you aren't concerned about the time, then do as you like, I suppose. I'll admit you've made me quite curious to read this magazine you're putting together. Mirikawa and Chiaki rolled their eyes as they turned away. Already they were making their way over to Susumu and his gang. The interviews aren't over until you have what you need. You refuse to let them be over. You spend every last second you have to do the best job you can. That's what being a professional journalist is all about. Murakawa cracked his knuckles and stepped between the two young men.
Sounds like you've got an interesting story. Mind letting me hear it too?
And yeah, we're really getting close to beating this game, I think. End of his story. And honestly, he's the least involved person in this whole story, Murakawa. Did we really need him? We just went straight in. Although there is a possibility we might get another person to control at the very end of the game. Kano's cell phone rang. He saw Kuze's name on the display. Kano speaking.
What the hell are you doing?
The director's voice was shrill with irritation.
What's the situation with Maria Wasawa?
I have her in custody, sir.
We need to get her into quarantine immediately. I'll send a counter-embassy terrorism unit to pick her up. What's your location?
Embassy Counter-Embassy Terrorism Unit, Public Safety Mobile Investigation Unit belonging to the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department Public Security Bureau. The acronym MBC refers to nuclear, biological, and chemical threats. The unit not only gathers information and investigates terror incidents that make use of these means, but also deploys relief and safety restoration measures. Sir, the situation's a little complicated at the moment, Kano replied. He and Stanley made eye contact. Kano gave him a knowing nod. He knew what he needed to do here. He briefly informed Kuze of the plan to take Maria to the laboratory, but was careful not to mention Alfred. Please, sir, Kano said, bowing reflexively to the phone. Let me handle this.
Absolutely not.
Kuze exclaimed.
There is no way I can allow that. Maria Wasawa needs to go into quarantine right now.
The act of placing infectees in isolation, such as in medical treatment facility, in order to prevent the spread of infection for viruses capable of airborne transmission, an airborne infection isolation room, AIR, is sometimes used, which employs negative air pressure to ensure that the air from within the room does not leak outside. Sir, please just give us a little more time. Giving her the antiviral is the only way we can save her. If we put her in quarantine, it will be a death sentence. Kuze let out a growl of frustration.
Kano, that isn't your decision to make.
Kano had run out of arguments. It was clear that Kuze's only concern was stopping the spread of the virus. Director Kuze, are you just going to let Maria Osawa die?
We can't put the lives of everyone in Shibuya at risk in order to save a single person.
I know that, sir. That's why I'm asking you to please let me go to that laboratory. And if it looks like we're not going to be able to hack the password, then at that point, the quarantine can...
Kano.
Kuze snapped.
I'm giving you an order.
And I'm not accepting that order.
Listen,
Kuze said.
how many years have you been a cop?
What do you mean by that, sir? Kuze didn't reply. Is this an order from up top? What's going on here, sir? Please, I need some kind of explanation.
Stop it.
Kuze said.
You sound like a child. This is a dereliction of duty.
Call me a child if you want, but I'm not following an order that I know isn't right. Kano punched the end call button with his thumb. From an objective standpoint, maybe Kuze was right. They needed to think about more than just Maria. If the war virus spread through Shibuya, it would be a nightmare of epic proportions. Kano understood that perfectly clear. But still, he looked down at Maria's face as she lay collapsed on the floor. This girl was still alive. Kano couldn't stand idly by and let a living, breathing person die. Consequences be damned, he wasn't going to be the one to weigh the worth of someone's life. As he stood, still clutching his cell phone, Stanley gently set a hand on his shoulder. "You did fine," he said quietly. "Alfred is in possession of the Ua virus. The people of Shibuya are already in danger. He may have already released the virus in the city. If he hasn't, he may do so at any time. Right now, what we need to do is get that antiviral and arrest Alfred. You made the right choice here." "Thanks, Stanley. I appreciate hearing that." Stanley gave Kano a slap on the back. He was right. At this point, they needed to focus on the things they could still accomplish. "So guys," Archie stepped forward. "There's going to take Hitomi's sister and Kenan to the lab." Maria was in no condition to walk, so they were going to have to take a car, which meant they needed a driver. "I only have a motorcycle license," Archie said, "and I don't know where the lab is anyhow." "I should go with Maria alone." Kenan looked over at the others. "There's no way of knowing for sure when she might become contagious. We shouldn't needlessly risk exposing more people to infection. Yeah, you just want to keep Maria alone. Because you're Alfred." She knelt down to gather Maria in her arms. "In that case, I should drive." Kano whirled around at the sound of a new voice behind him. "In that case, I should drive." Sateno. Sateno was standing in the doorway. "You." Archie's face went red with rage. We're gonna continue and then jump to Archie in this bit. So keep out, we need to actually jump. Okay, whatever. Guess we're swapping between the two repeatedly. Alright, let's jump. This finally unlocks Archie's start. Yeah, Archie snarled. In the doorway stood the man with a cane. Detective Tateno? Tateno. Kano and Daisuke spoke simultaneously. Now at last Archie had a name for the assassin. It was a name he felt he had heard somewhere before. "You son of a bitch," Archie roared. "What the hell are you doing here?" Tateno bowed his head profusely. "I am truly sorry." "You're sorry?" Sorry, don't cut him, man. Not after what you were trying to do to Hitomi. I don't expect you to forgive me, and I intend to turn myself in to be punished for my crimes. But before I do that, please, let me do what I can to help you. I think you've helped enough. Archie grabbed Tateno by the collar and drew back his fist. Kano moved to stop him, but Tateno held up a hand. No, it's alright. Let him do as he pleases. There was no trace of the menacing expression the man had worn in their previous encounters. And he just changed his mind after he got beaten up by not Kanan? Archie scowled but lowered his fist, then released his hold on Tateno's collar. Fine. Hitomi's sister needs help, so we do need a driver right now. Make sure those two get to the lab and back safely. That will make up for that punch and I didn't give you just now. Okay, they won't have a car, and then the troop is gonna come and they're gonna take their car, right? Thank you. I am so sorry. Daisuke stepped forward. No, I'm the one who should be apologizing. I'm the one who got you caught up in this. Daisuke, we really didn't grow up to be very good people, did we? No, guess not. The two men stared bleakly at each other, shoulders slumped. In the end, Tateno said, it doesn't even matter. I guess we were just trying to run away from our pain. Didn't expect my own son to be the one to teach me that. Archie turned out to be a fine young man. He is Kotone's boy after all. Archie stepped into the middle of their solemn heart-to-heart. You can get sappy all you want after. Dad, once this is all over, we're going to go see Suzune, okay? Sure. Daisuke nodded heartily. Hold on, Kana spoke up, turning to Stanley. If these two take Maria to the lab, that leaves just us two to apprehend Alfred down in the scramble. Is that going to be enough? I mean, Alfred's not going to show up without a plan. The more people we have on our side, the better. And I doubt we'll be able to get any help from the police. Good point, Stanley agreed. Archie said, I'm here too. And I'm going with you. I'll keep Hitomi safe. Oh look, good news, Kano. Now we have 3 people. Stanley let out a sardonic laugh. Kano frowned. Archie, I appreciate the offer, but having 3 people instead of 2 won't make much of a difference. When you're not sure of the enemy's exact plan, you really need strength in numbers. If we could set up a dragnet like the task force did this morning, that'd be ideal, but... Come on, detective. Archie said, don't you have any idea what sort of approach this psycho might take? If I were Alfred, Kano mused, then I suppose my biggest problem would be figuring out how to get away after I had taken Hitomi's blood. Stanley nodded in agreement. I'm betting he plans to involve the Ua virus, he said. If, for instance, he tells us he's set up a device somewhere to spread the virus throughout Shibuya, that prevents us from taking action against him. Archie swallowed hard. This guy wanted to unleash a killer virus in Shibuya? If he succeeded, then the town Archie had known and loved all his life would become a graveyard. Of course, that's mere conjecture, Stanley murmured. Quite frankly, even I can only guess what he's going to do. His expression was grim. Strength in numbers, huh? Archie said. So you're saying we absolutely need more people, is that it? Essentially, yes, Stanley replied. But not just anyone, mind. If it's not a group that meshes well, it will hinder more than help. Kano folded his arms across his chest. He looked perplexed. People don't mesh well together, huh? Archie had an idea. They could ask the police for backup. It might be a long shot, but it was their only move. He could ask SOS. If there was anything he could do, it was that. Of course, the right answer is the SOS, but we're gonna say police. It was their only move. He hurriedly suggested that, but Connor just shook his head apologetically. Unfortunately, there's nobody on the force who will help us. Well, isn't there anything you can do about that? I had hoped the director Kuze would understand, but Kano hung his head. Were they out of options then? No, there was still one last thing they could try. He knew the gang might see it as a selfish request though, so someone would probably be furious with him, but Archie would just have to deal with that. Even if his old pals wouldn't forgive him, if they understood that they'd be helping protect Shibuya, he was sure they would step up and take action. After all, the whole point of the gang was that it was made up of people who loved their town. He's probably gonna end up punching Kiryu because he's gonna refuse. Can you give me half an hour? I'm gonna try to see if I can rustle up some people. Kano straightened himself up. You think you can do it? Archie nodded assertively. Just wait here for me, okay? He said to Hitomi. She gave him a worried smile.
Alright, I'll be waiting. I'll be waiting for you, so if you come here, I'll find you. I promise.
I'll be okay. Archie did his best to sound reassuring. I promise I'll bring back some help. He knew where he needed to go, the pool hall in Uraharajuku that was his old gang's main hangout. Him putting on shoes is exactly how he started his chapter, I believe. The very first one. Running at top speed, he could probably make it in about 10 minutes. Alright. Rushing out the door with a battle cry loud enough for Kano and the others to hear from back inside the shop, Archie sped up on his way. We're gonna swap to Kano after, well, we're gonna continue this for a bit and then swap. Traffic on Dogenzaka was at a near standstill. Had there been some sort of major accident? As Archie ran along the roadside, he heard a middle-aged man screaming angrily.
You've got to be kidding me. What do you mean no trains are stopping at Shibuya?
The guy was red in the face. Okay, pretty honey, calm down. What the heck is going on? Archie felt compelled to stop and check things out. Calm down, old man. Archie ignored him and kept on running. Let's stop.
Calm down, Dad.
The young woman with the man must be his daughter then.
How am I supposed to do that? You heard what the boy said. We have to get out of Shibuya right away.
Calm down, Thanos. Archie got a look at the young woman's face. She was gorgeous. He had the feeling he'd seen her on TV before or something. She was probably an actress, but he couldn't recall her name. Well, Archie muttered to himself, "You might be pretty, but you're no Hitomi." Once more, he broke out into a run. There were a whole bunch of people walking in the direction of Route 246. It looked like folks really couldn't use the trains right now. Was this some consequence of Maria being infected with the Oa virus? Then I better hurry. We're the only people who can fix this. Yeah. With another cry to pump himself up, Archie bolted down the sidewalk counter to the throng. Finally, he arrived at SOS's hideout. Two young men were standing by the door as lookouts. Archie recognized one of them. It was a kid whose so-called buddies had tried to shake him down earlier that afternoon. They roused themselves as Archie approached. Hey, I need to see Susuma.
No can do. He's in the middle of something right now.
The lookouts made no move to let him through. Archie felt a surge of resentment towards Susumu. If he'd still been with SOS, he would never try to post members on guard duty like they were low-ranking Yakuza thugs. Archie pressed again. Please, I need to see him, it's important. Well, fine then, I guess I'll have to do this the hard way. Pressed. Please, I need to see him, it's important. Just tell him Archie's here, I'll make an exception. At the mention of his name, the two lookouts exchanged glances.
Alright, I'll go ask him.
One of the lookouts headed inside, leaving Archie alone with the kid he had helped out earlier. Do they always stick you on guard duty? The boy didn't reply. Back when I ran with SOS, we never needed anyone on lookout. We were just a bunch of guys who loved Shibuya. We had a fun time hanging out with each other. That's all it was, really.
It's not Susumu's fault that SOS changed, the boy said somewhat fearfully. Lately it's Kiryu who's been driving things.
Kiryu? Oh yeah, that guy. Archie recalled his earlier run-in with him. The guy was an arrogant bully.
He's planning to steal Susumu's throne.
What for?
The boy took a nervous look at the door before hurriedly continuing. He's trying to expand SOS's influence, and he's got a lot of people on his side. Right now, the gang is kind of split into two factions, Susumu's guys and Kiryu's guys.
Finally, Archie understood what was going on. The gang members had all been acting so weird because they were caught up in some kind of internal struggle.
Kiryu goes around recruiting new followers by force, and if he doesn't like you, he dishes out punishments. This month alone, he sent 8 people to the hospital. SOS is a total mess, man.
This plan of mine might not work after all. Archie felt a sinking sense of despair. SOS was ravaged with infighting. It was doubtful that he'd do dangerous requests he had for them.
But even still, I want to be part of this gang,
the boy muttered. Archie peered at him in surprise. Why? They shake you down for duty, stick you on guard duty. It's not a decent way to treat someone.
I look up to Susumu. He treats me like he would anyone else, even though I'm way down at the bottom. And it's not just me. Susumu always puts the members of the gang before himself. That's why I want to stick with him, SOS.
So that's it, huh? Susumu really had been trying his best. And the members of SOS, some of them at least, admired him for it and stuck by him. Thanks, Archie said. The kid gave him a dubious look. Archie didn't know if Susumu would help him out or not, but he knew it was still worth putting their disagreements aside in order to ask. The door opened and the other lookout returned.
Susumu says to come in.
Archie nodded and strode inside. Okay. Now we have a few choices. We could go to Minorikawa, do the jump, or we could jump to Kano and continue the chapter. But I'm going to try and push Archie forward. So we're going to go to Minorikawa and do the jump. Young man, here, Archie Endo, do the jump. The door opened and the other lookout returned. Alright, says to come in. Nodded, strode inside. The scent of alcohol and cigarettes washed over him. Susumu sat on the sofa at the far end of the bar. It was where Archie used to sit back in the day.
What do you want?
Susumu asked immediately. Archie walked up to him and then got down on his hands and knees.
What are you doing down there?
The hell is this all about?
I need people to bring a guy down. I'm here to ask for your help.
The crowd around him flew into an uproar. Peals of mocking laughter rang in Archie's ears.
I know I have no right to ask you this, but please, I really need your help.
Just some guy, huh? Who?
He's an international terrorist trying to get his hands on some wonder drug for a killer virus. If you don't catch him, somebody I know is going to die. And that's not all. They might try to unleash the killer virus here in the city.
Susumu burst out laughing.
This is some kind of joke. You're right in the head there, Archie.
The other gang members followed his lead, unleashing another storm of mockery. The laughter continued for quite some time. Finally, Archie had had enough. Shut your damn mouth. Said nothing. He grit his teeth and stared up at Susumu. Let's go there. Finally, Archie had had enough.
Shut your damn mouth.
He roared loud enough to quash the merriment echoing through the bar.
Are you going to help me or not? Just give me your answers.
He stared Susumu right in the eye. Susumu leaned in close, peering down in Archie's face.
Is that how you go about asking someone a favor?
Susumu growled menacingly.
If you have a problem with me kowtowing like this, I can apologize some other way all you want. Don't you care that I just told you Shibuya's in danger?
Archie's voice was unwavering.
But face it, Susumu, isn't Shibuya the reason everyone here hangs out with each other? If you're telling me you don't want to keep your town safe, then I won't ask you guys for anything again. I withdraw my request.
The two glared into each other's eyes. Then, before Susumu could reply, an odd man stepped in between them. Well, we know what the odd man is. But there's no reason to jump, because his story's over.
Sounds like you've got an interesting story, he said. Mind letting me hear it too?
You again? Didn't you already get your interview?
Susumu rolled his eyes.
I think Gravels here might be telling the truth.
The newcomer's face was all seriousness.
It lines up with the information I have. Hey, Gravels, you got a second?
My name is not Gravels, Archie growled. It's Archie.
I'm Minoru Minorikawa, magazine reporter. I know a bit about that stuff you were saying just now. The killer virus you mentioned is called the UO virus. That wonder drug is an antiviral medication. And the person you know who might die is Marie Osawa. Am I right?
Archie was almost too shocked for words.
How do you know that?
Norikawa ignored him and turned to the SOS leader.
Susumu, he said, something really is going down in Shibuya. What are you going to do about it, boss?
Susumu bit his lips. He looked pretty conflicted.
Sounds good to me. Let's give them a hand.
Archie turned to see where the voice had come from. It was Kiryu.
You shut up,
Susumu said with a glare.
Break out of your own rut, old man. Archie here is right. Isn't keeping our beloved Shibuya safe what SOS does?
He slipped an arm around Archie's shoulders.
You're okay with that, right, Archie? You're going against Susumu's orders to help you out.
Kiryu's lips pulled back in a broad, unsettling grin.
But first, we have unfinished business, you and I. I mean, I'm willing to lend a hand even though you ditched the gang and all. But first, we've got to settle our score here and now. You understand, don't you?
Yeah, you're right.
Kiryu grinned hungrily.
It's guillotine time.
He's gonna get knocked out in one punch, maybe. A bunch of the gang members started up an eager clamor at Kiryu's pronouncement. In a matter of moments, Archie was grabbed from all sides and hoisted up into a pool of table. A dozen young men held down his arms and legs, positioning him so his head jutted out past the table's edge. Kiryu brought out a steel pipe nearly a meter long. It was caked liberally with dry blood.
Guillotine, guillotine, guillotine.
The men of Kiryu's faction pumped their fists in the air, chanting madly. Kiryu licked his lips as if drunk off of their cheers. Glancing to one side, Archie saw Minurikawa speaking emphatically to Susumu. It looked like the reporter was trying to talk some sense into the SOS leader.
Man, today is my lucky day. I get to take the head of SOS's original leader. Head of SOS's original head.
Archie twisted his neck to peer up at him. Man, what point is there in taking my head right now?
Oh my. You don't get it, do you? See, if I send you to the hospital, everyone in Shibuya is going to know my name. And once I've got that big ass sign over my head, I'll be able to unite this town under my banner in one fell swoop.
Kiryu's eyes were crazed and bloodshot. Then that's all the more reason for you to do as I'm asking. If you want to unite Shibuya, you have to protect it first. But if you think you need to take my head to do that, then go right ahead. Even if these guys were all like Kiryu, if this many of them actually showed up at the scramble, they'd be able to do far more than Archie could hope by himself. The ultimate goal was to capture Alfred. Archie didn't care how they made that happen. He was just sorry he wouldn't get to see it through, to protect Hitomi to the very end.
Okay then. Kiryu brayed. The gloves are coming off.
Go on, do it. Archie braced himself. Archie balked at the last second. No, wait, hold on. Let's go and wait. No, wait, hold on. So he can be more motivated to do it. No, wait, hold on. But it was too late. Kiryu raised the steel pipe high above his head, and then, before he brought it down, he flicked the tip of his tongue from his mouth like a snake.
You dumbass. As if I would ever help out a bitch like you.
It was no use. He would never be able to dodge in time. Archie's limbs were pinned down with too much force for him to have any hope of avoiding what was to come. Susumu helped him. Yep. But the steel pipe never struck home. Just when he was about to smash into Archie's head, Susumu grabbed hold of it.
The hell are you doing? Enough of this. Oh. The hell are you doing? Enough of this crap, Kiryu.
Susumu yanked the pipe from Kiryu's grasp and tossed it onto the floor. Kiryu stood frozen in surprise, a vein pulsed angrily in his forehead.
You guys too,
Susumu added, glaring at the others.
Let him go.
The toughs holding Archie down cautiously took their hands away. Kiryu let out a red-faced cry of rage.
But we got unfinished business.
Ignoring him, Susumu helped Archie slide off the table.
Every man gets to make one request in his life that cannot be denied. You remember saying that?
The words stirred up some bitter memories within Archie. Yeah, I remember.
But you didn't grant me my request.
No, I guess not.
That's why I'm going to heed yours, no questions asked.
Susumu held out his right hand. Welcome back, Neko. Oh, did you push yourself too hard in the gym? Usually that makes you really feel bad, but then after some time it actually feels good. At least that's what it was when I used to exercise a lot. Maybe things have changed. Back in my day, they were different. Susuma, you are... That will make me the better man, finally. Yeah, weird euphoric feeling? Yeah, that's exactly it. I remember when I used to... I'd go to school. Before our classes start, I would play basketball. Then whenever we had free periods, I would still play basketball. Lunchtime, I'll play basketball. After school, I'll play basketball. Then we would go train at the school next door for a few hours. And then do some extra classes. And then play basketball before I went back home. And that was just too tiring. Weekend, I basically spent most of it just playing. And I guess it has this addictive quality about it. Once you exercise a lot, you just want to do even more. But then you feel really tired. The next day you want to do it again. But this was years and years ago. I haven't touched a basketball in 15 years maybe? Archie reached out and clasped Susumu's hand in his. Yeah, Archie said, letting his relief show in his face. You're quite the guy. Kiryu is not gonna let it go, is it? Is he gonna hit Susumu? Susumu cracked a tiny grin. It was the sort of smile Archie had seen all the time back when he had run with SOS. Yep, he's gonna get hit. Suddenly, Susumu staggered and dropped to the floor, falling too fast even to cry out. Kiryu had snatched the steel pipe back from the floor, striking Susumu from behind once his back was turned. To hell with this! He howled like a madman. SOS doesn't belong to you guys, not anymore. I won't allow it. Archie didn't flinch. But SOS doesn't belong to anyone, he said. It's not mine, it's not Susumu's, and it isn't yours. We're just a bunch of friends hanging out and having a good time. That's the only reason we got together. Nothing more, nothing less. He turned and looked slowly around the room. Hey, you guys. Do you all get together because someone told you to assemble? Do you get together to follow someone's orders? No, you don't. Of course you don't. The bar fell silent. Archie could see the young men who surrounded him exchanging glances. They could tell that his words rang true. Kiryu saw it too, and it only made him more and more agitated. He's gonna get knocked out in one punch, watch. Shut up! Enough with the warm fuzzies! Abruptly, he charged forward, giving the steel pipe a mighty swing. Archie managed to dodge the attack by a mere hair. If it had connected, the blow might well have knocked his head clean off. He quickly backed away. What's the matter? Kiryu taunted. How come all you do is run? The pipe crashed down onto the bar top. Bottles of beer and liquor smashed and scattered. Come on, what's the matter, Archie? Kiryu slammed his weapon into the pool table, sending balls scattering across the floor. Pool balls, not human balls. Some of them collided with Susumu. Susumu let out a faint groan. Smirking at the sound, Kiryu stalked toward him. Speaking of unfinished business. With a gleaming grin, Kiryu took aim at Susumu's head, lifting the pipe up high. Stop. Before he could think better of it, Archie was rushing for his fallen friend. You dumbass. Without missing a beat, Kiryu shifted his weight and swung the steel pipe at Archie's temple. Archie responded with a fast high kick with his right leg. The steel pipe connected hard with his shin, but it was Kiryu who went reeling off balance. Well, one punch, what did I say? Archie pivoted and put all his might into a straight right to Kiryu's jaw. The blow struck home, Kiryu's head snapped back, and he crumpled to the floor. There was a momentary hush of indrawn breath. Then the bar erupted in a wild clamor that practically shook the whole building. All eyes were fixed on Archie, marveling at what they had just seen go down.
Sounds like folks were hoping for a little more of a fight.
Susumu got to his feet, his left hand clutching his right shoulder.
You alright?
Archie asked.
Mostly. Guess my shoulder took the brunt of the blow.
The gang members from Kiryu's faction rushed to their unconscious leader's side. Archie shot them a steely glare, and they gathered up Kiryu and dragged him out of the bar.
I didn't go too far there, did I?
Archie asked Susumu.
Is this gonna cause trouble for you?
Nah, I figured Kiryu would pull something like this eventually. It was just a question of when.
Right.
I'm sure he's going to gather up his own bunch after this. We'll probably wind up butting heads again.
Susumu didn't sound especially eager for that fight, but he didn't sound especially afraid of it either. Archie was still worried about a few things, but his friend had clearly grown as a leader.
Anyhow, back to that story about you needing some manpower. Will the guys here be enough?
There were around 30 gang members still in the bar. Archie looked each of them in the eye in turn. Some he knew from back in the day, while others were fresh faces.
I was born and raised in this town. I'm fond of the friends I've met here, and this has always been a great place to have a good time. And today, right here in this town, I met someone very special to me. And I know this doesn't involve the rest of you, but I'm willing to protect her.
Archie knew he wasn't doing a great job of getting to the point, but the members of SOS listened quietly, and then they laughed at him.
And so it's like,
He felt like a grade schooler who didn't know the answer to a difficult question. He fussed with his hair and frowned sheepishly.
Okay, so I'm not really sure how to put this, but Shibuya is a special town to me because of getting to meet people like that. And maybe... No, I mean it's like that for you guys too, right? Don't you love Shibuya? So help me help this town.
He bowed it low and deep.
I want to protect this girl who means so much to me, and the city that means so much to me as well.
I know my answer.
Susumu clapped a hand on Archie's shoulder.
Listen up, everyone. SOS's original founder is back in action. He needs our help, and I for one am ready to follow him into battle. What do you say?
Susumu's people let out a hearty cheer. I wonder how long we're gonna be playing as Archie. Will we finish his story early, or is he gonna keep going? Okay, they're probably gonna keep going. When Archie marched back into his home, followed by 30 members of his old gang, Hitomi and Kano were obviously overjoyed to see him. Their happiness raised his own spirits unexpectedly high. He felt a palpable sense of accomplishment.
Alright, detective,
Archie shouted.
let's do this.
His resounding cry echoed throughout the workroom, and the gang set out for the scramble.
What's the matter?
Hitomi asked Archie as they made their way through the busy streets.
What's the matter with what?
You look pretty pale.
She peered good and hard into his face.
Do I know?
Are you tired or something? I mean, you've kind of been going all out all day long after all.
No, it's nothing.
Archie kept his voice nice and bright.
I'm just a little hungry is all. So don't worry about me or Alfred either, okay? I swear I'll keep you safe, Hitomi.
Alright.
Hitomi gave a tiny nod.
Just leave it to me. Alpha's got nothing on this guy.
He thumped his chest in a display of bravado, but he could feel the sweat beading on his brow. Did he get the virus? When they reached the scramble, Archie took his place at the location specified by the battle plan Kano had drawn up. Hitomi was only a few meters away. Whatever happened, he was in a good position to shield her from harm. There were 3 minutes left until the appointed rendezvous. Archie wondered what sort of person was going to show up. Still, he knew he couldn't scan the crowd too much. He needed to act as naturally as possible so Alfred wouldn't be suspicious. But Alfred already knows what you look like. Well, so-called Alfred. He risked a glance over at Hitomi. Maybe now wasn't the time for admiring, but he couldn't help but think how cute she looked. In some ways, seeing her there felt similar to when he had first seen her that morning, in the very same spot. The difference was that, this time, it wasn't just Hitomi's good looks that made him find her so attractive. They might have only spent a few hours together, but in that time, he'd learned a lot about her as a person. He knew what was important to her, what her worries were, her wants and desires. And also, he had learned what a kind-hearted person she was. Archie recalled what had happened back in the workroom. Even though her own life had been in danger all day, Hitomi had shed tears for his father and his sister. She really understood people's grief and suffering. What do I do if I can't protect someone as good as her? Archie muttered under his breath, clutching his right leg. His shin was throbbing wickedly where the pipe had smashed against it. He'd been okay walking so far, but any intense fighting and the leg might just give out. But he couldn't let himself worry about that now. If it came down to it, he'd be a human shield to protect Hitomi if he had to. Archie looked at his watch. Only 1 minute to go before 7 p.m. To be continued? He glanced again at Hitomi and saw her eyes widen with surprise. She's seeing the professor, Leland Palmer. Quickly followed her gaze across the plaza. He spotted a tall white man approaching. Watch, it's him. He bowed. Damn it. It's gonna be him. Okay, so we need to jump to Kano. And we do that earlier here. Okay, swap to Kano. We'll find out what they were doing while waiting for Archie. Oh no, wrong one. Oh, never mind. Archie's protests were vehement, but he backed down at last. Tatena would escort K9 and Maria to the lab. That left 3 to try to apprehend Alfred, Kano, Stanley, and Archie. Having only 3 people was a dicey prospect, though, so Archie took it upon himself to head out and gather some backup. Tateno got the car keys from Daisuke, then helped Kenan pick Maria up off the floor. Kano watched him warily. There was no trace of the blood-curdling expression the older detective had shown when he was holding Maria at gunpoint. Okay, so... is it just gonna be... I'm guessing I'm gonna end up playing as Tateno in the end. Not at the very end, just soon. Because if my theory is right about that one being Alfred, the girl on the left, then the only person who'll be able to stop her is Tateno or Maria. I don't think we're getting Maria again, though. Unless they go back on their end and let you continue as her. His face was that of a man with a responsibility, the Tateno that Kano had always known.
Are you sure you're okay doing this? Hitomi asked Tateno. You might get infected.
That doesn't matter. Don't worry about me. All I care about now is helping you too if I can.
What changed? He hesitated, glancing down at the unconscious girl he held.
By the way, have Maria's memories come back?
Hitomi tilted her head.
Her memories?
I suppose she took a blow to the head when she was abducted. When I ran into her earlier, she didn't even know her own name.
Well, she seemed like the same sister I've always known when she came in here.
Good. Then her memory must have recovered.
Kano was shocked to hear that Maria had suffered amnesia, but it explained why she hadn't contacted anyone after she had been set free.
All right then, Tateno said. We'll be back.
Carrying Maria, he and Kenan headed for the door. Detective Tateno. Kano called out, then paused, tongue-tied when Tateno stopped. There were so many things Kano wanted to say, but he couldn't find the words for any of them.
Once Maria's safe, I'll turn myself in.
Tateno kept his back turned. The words were like a dagger in Kano's heart. Once this was all over, Tateno would no longer be a detective, but a criminal. Kano knew there was no alternative, but still, the realization hit him hard. Detective Tateno,
Stop your dithering. But never lose sight of what you're supposed to protect. Ever.
Kano snapped back to attention at Tateno's words. That was Dictum 1. Dick Tip 1. The advice that had kicked off the whole Dick Diary.
I'm not the one you should be worrying about right now, Tateno continued. We need to save Maria Osawa's life. And protect the people of Shibuya.
Kano bit his lip. Yes, you're right. Kano did his best to quash his emotions, I know that, but Kano still wanted to express his regret at how things had turned out for his idol. Let's go with B. I know that, but Kano still wanted to express his regret at how things had turned out for his idol.
You really are a terrible policeman, you know.
Tateno gave him the bare hint of a smile, then headed out the room. And as Kano watched him go, he realized he really didn't have anything to say. There were only 30 minutes remaining until the time when Alfred had told them Hitomi should be at the scramble. They needed to get ready for action. Is the surveillance camera system still up? Kano asked.
Yes, Daisuke replied. Looks like what happened earlier was just a temporary hacking job.
Then will you help us? Daisuke inclined his head.
What do you mean?
I'd like you to keep your eye on the scramble for us. If anyone suspicious tries to get near Hitomi, let us know.
Anyone suspicious? How will I know what's suspicious?
Like that organ trafficker who suggested you kidnap Hitomi, Mr. Rendo. It's possible that he might be Alfred. Would you be able to recognize his face? Daisuke furrowed his brow deeply as he began entering commands on his keyboard.
I don't think I could ever forget. It's because of him that
He left the rest unsaid. A moment later, several of the monitors switched over to feeds from around the scramble.
Alright,
Daisuke squinted at the images.
Not sure how much help I can be. But let me at least try to atone for what I've done.
Of course, and thank you. Daisuke's fingers flew over the keyboard, and soon all of the monitors were focused on the scramble and its surroundings. Then he carefully adjusted the angle and zoom for each of the cameras. Now the whole area was under total surveillance. All they had to do was get their stakeout crew to the scene.
Where did Archie go? Kanwa said to me. I'm not totally sure, but I think he went to find some of his old friends.
It always sounded worried. Friends?
Archie used to belong to a gang called SOS. Actually, he He told me he was the one who formed the gang in the first place.
What? Kano couldn't keep the shock from his voice. Archie was the founder of SOS? How bizarre that the two of them would wind up meeting each other this way.
I guess there was a big falling out between them, so I think he went to try and win them back over.
Kano hadn't heard anything good about SOS since Archie had left them. If things had ended on bad terms between him and the gang, getting them to help might well be a lost cause. And even if Archie was able to gather some people up, how much would Kano and the others be able to trust them?
It would be alright,
Hitomi said, as if sensing Kano's thoughts.
I'm sure Archie will bring back some of his old friends, and when he does bring them, I'm sure he'll choose people we can count on.
You really trust him, don't you?
Yes,
Hitomi said without hesitation. Then a blush came to her cheeks. Alright, then I'll trust him too. It would take about 10 minutes to get from Endo Electronics to the Scramble. Kano turned to Stanley. Let's plan to head out by 6:50. Stanley gave no reply. He had withdrawn to the edge of the room where he stood lost in thought, his expression uneasy. Kano decided to leave him alone for a bit. Taking a sheet of paper from one of the desks, he began drafting a plan for positioning Archie's reinforcements around the Scramble. Alright, here we go. There we go. In about 5 minutes, he had drawn up a little map of the optimal places to deploy the team. It included positions for as many as 20 people Archie might bring back. Kano turned around, surprised to find Stanley right behind him all of a sudden. The American looked haggard. Is something the matter? Kano asked. You need to go to the Scramble without me. Okay, he figured K9 is Alfred. So maybe we will play as him? He's gonna go after her. What? Where is this coming from all of a sudden? Please don't ask me to explain. Something else had come up, and I have to see to it. Sweat beaded on Stanley's brow. Whatever had happened, Kano had no doubt it was something major, and almost certainly it had something to do with Alfred. Stanley, Kano said, please tell me we're past the point of keeping secrets. Understand, do what you have to, come back soon. Please tell me. He's not gonna tell me though. Please, tell me. We're past the point of keeping secrets. They'd come this far together. Surely it was too late to get all tight-lipped now. I'm sorry. I wish I could tell you more. Stanley dropped his eyes. Kano had a vague idea of what Stanley was up to. He probably felt that he needed to keep things hidden even from his own allies in order to keep Alfred in the dark. Or at least that was Kano's guess. Alright, I understand, Kano said with resignation. Do what you have to and come back soon. With an apologetic look on his face, Stanley turned and hurried from the workroom. Kano glanced at his watch. It was coming up on 6:50. Pretty soon they would have to head for the Scramble, but Archie still hadn't returned. We need to head out soon, he said to Hitomi.
You said 6:50, she replied. There's still 2 more minutes to go.
Kano let out a tiny sigh. He shared Hitomi's fervent hope that the reinforcement would come, but not her confidence. If Archie didn't reappear, Kano would be left to protect Hitomi all by himself, and to try to apprehend Alfred as well. Would he be able to pull it off if it came to that? He would just have to trust himself to see things through on his own. He decided to head to the Scramble with Hitomi right away. He'd never be able to do it on his own. He decided to wait. Let's head out right away. It's not what's going to happen, but let's go. You just have to trust himself to see things through on his own. He decided to head to the Scramble with Hitomi right away. This wasn't about whether he could or couldn't. He would do it. He had to do it. There was no time for doubts anymore. Hitomi, I don't like having to do this, but we can't wait any longer. Seeing the look of determination on Kano's face, she gave a tiny, reluctant nod. But he's gonna come in anyway, or not?
Yeah, he's gonna come in anyway. It's not gonna matter. The choice. Illusion of choice. We're just jumping back and forth between them. Just the two. We still have an hour in-game for this chapter. Yeah, don't like it. We can't wait any longer. Her shoulders began to tremble. Hitomi.
I'll be alright. I'm just a little nervous, that's all.
She had a right to be nervous. Alfred was after the antiviral that she had in her bloodstream. It says bloodstream, but it's bloodstream. Once he had it, Hitomi would become a liability that he would want to dispose of. And right now, the only person who could keep her safe was Kano. He clenched his jaw tight and tried to look confident. Please, just try to relax. I'll protect you with my life if I have to. Protecting Hitomi is my job.
Archie, you're back.
I said I'd see you through to the very end. Didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Hitomi gazed back at Archie with grateful reassurance. Kano cleared his throat softly. Archie and Hitomi continued to stare earnestly at one another. Eventually, the tough-looking young man standing behind Archie spoke up.
I've got 30. Would that be enough?
Yeah, Kano nodded. That'd be fine. More importantly, have you heard what we'll be doing yet?
Catch the bad guy, keep Shibuya safe. Same old thing we always do.
The guy flashed a grin. You got it, Kano said. We'll be counting on you then. With 30-odd people at their disposal, they'll be able to encircle the mating area no problem. The preparations were all set. It was time to confront Alfred at last. Alright, detective, Archie shouted. Let's do this. Kano gave a firm nod. Nine minutes later, 6:59 p.m., Kano and the others were in position around the scramble. Each subtle tick of the second hand was like a sharp prod to Kano's nerves. His whole body was stiff with tension. They could not let themselves fail. There was too much at stake. Here, now, hundreds of thousands of lives were on the line. With Shibuya on lockdown, the area around the scramble had been seized by panic, and there had been multiple traffic collisions. The sidewalks were crowded with scared people. Overturned cars and abandoned motorcycles clogged the streets. Amidst the chaos, emergency vehicles sped by at furious speeds. But the fire and emergency personnel, and even the police, were short-handed. And the whole of Shibuya had begun to look like a war zone. The main roads had been blocked to normal traffic, and trains weren't stopping at the stations. In effect, the city was in a state of complete shutdown. Kano glanced again at his wristwatch. 6:59 and 10 seconds. 11 seconds, 12 seconds, 13 seconds, 14 seconds. He scarcely remembered to breathe. Hitomi stood in front of the statue of Hachiko. She wasn't carrying an attaché case this time. The moment was otherwise a strange mirror of the stakeout at 10 o'clock that morning. She looked terrified. Kano couldn't blame her. The criminals weren't after some case full of money this time. This time, they were out for blood. Her blood. Kano did a slower scan of the area. Archie was standing not too far away. His companions were strewn about here and there, carrying on as normal. Here in Shibuya, the skies fit right in with the crowd, and they had the area around Hitomi completely surrounded. Yet again, Kano looked at his watch. 6:59,
35 seconds, 36 seconds, 37 seconds, 38 seconds, 39 seconds. He forced himself to take several deep breaths. He focused on the sound of his own heartbeat and exhaled until all the breath was expelled from his lungs. And then it all started. Kano's cell phone rang.
I've got him. It was Daisuke. The Organ trafficker who devised the kidnapping. It's him.
It's Leland, isn't it? Where is he? Kano asked. Is he close by?
I got him on camera now. He's on the other side of the intersection.
Kano looked out across the scramble. There were so many people that it was hard to tell who was or wasn't suspicious. Can you describe him for me?
The tall foreign guy. The one wearing glasses.
It's Leland Palmer. Wow. Tall foreigner. Kano's eyes drifted over the crowd. It's Leland Palmer. There he is. What did I fucking tell you? From very beginning of the game, he's a bad guy. Aha. There he was. And as he got closer, Kano's eyes went wide. This man was someone he had met before. Leland Palmer, the lecturer from the English department at Hitomi and Marie's school. Is he Alfred? I don't think he's Alfred. He's pretending to be Alfred. I don't think he's Alfred. I refuse to believe it. I think he's a bad guy, yes, I've been saying that for a while, but not Alfred. Palmer was walking right toward Hitomi. Hitomi didn't seem to have noticed him yet. When Kano glanced back at his wristwatch, it was 7 p.m. on the dot. When Hitomi realized Palmer was approaching her, she was too stunned to react. He walked directly up to her, the corners of his mouth curling up in a smile. "Hello, Hitomi," he said in English. "How are you doing?"
Professor Palmer? What are you doing here?
Hitomi's voice came out in an anxious squeak. "Why, I'm here to take your blood, of course." This time he spoke Japanese with an easy fluency totally different from his usual manner of speech. "I'm the one who injected you with the virus." I'd been waiting for so long for the opportunity to arise. It's been quite agonizing, you know, spending 6 months and more pretending to be a mild-mannered English lecturer.
Professor, you're Alfred, aren't you?
Let's get down to business, shall we? Neither of us has much time. Hitomi stiffened.
Please tell me the laboratory password.
After I have your blood. This will only take a few seconds. I've got a device here that will make the extraction quite simple.
No way. The password first.
That would violate the terms we already negotiated. Hitomi and Palmer glared at one another.
Alright, Hitomi said at last. Why don't you negotiate with Kenan instead?
Kenan? Hitomi took her cell phone out and dialed. But the phone rang repeatedly and Kenan did not pick up.
What's going on?
Hitomi's face went pale.
Come on, Kenan.
Kano, standing near enough to overhear their conversation, grew increasingly anxious as he watched the pair stare at the phone. What was the right move here? Should he keep waiting? He had to hope talking to Kenan would work out. Kano waited for the call to go through. At this point, they couldn't count on Kenan anymore. Kano rushed into action. Let's wait. Had to hope talking with Kenan would work out. Kano waited for the call to go through. But Kanan never answered. Had something happened to her in Tateno? Kano felt his heart pounding.
Now then, shall I take what I came here for?
Palmer took a step closer to Hitomi. Kano reacted instinctively. Freeze! He drew his gun and trained it on the criminal. Nearby pedestrians scattered in fear. Seizing the moment, Archie darted in to protect Hitomi. Palmer let out a tiny sigh.
So you're breaking the terms we agreed upon then?
I don't negotiate with terrorists. Kano inched his way closer, his point of aim never wavering. Hitomi, he shouted, call Kenan again. Again, Hitomi dialed her cell phone. Palmer opened the attaché case he was carrying. One more move and I shoot. He's spreading the virus, isn't he? But the terrorists ignored the warning, producing a set of small glass vessels from within the case.
If you want to shoot me, then shoot me, he said. Assuming you don't mind this getting scattered about.
Is that?
Surely you don't need me to explain.
Stanley was right. Alfred had weaponized the virus. Doing his best to conceal his horror, Kano tried to sound defiant. How can I even know that's real? You can't let that loose here. How can I even know that's real? It was entirely possible this was all a bluff.
Ah, indeed. This could all be fake. Would you care to test the theory?
Palmer flashed a coy smile, holding out his fistful of vials. He began to tilt them slowly back and forth, letting them clink against each other. Also, they said people scattered when they saw the gun, but people are still around them. They were fake. No, maybe they were real. Kano couldn't quite decide, and he couldn't take any rash action if there was even the possibility these were the real thing. Did you come out here to carry out a suicide attack, Mr. Alford?
Hardly. I have no desire to die here. All I want is to get a little of this girl's blood, and then go quietly on my way. But that all depends on you, doesn't it?
His face was overflowing with confidence. Kano couldn't shake the feeling that something was off here. Something about this man's demeanor hinted at something.
Well then, what will it be?
Palmer continued.
Will you condemn the people of Shibuya to death?
Cursing inwardly, Kano lowered his gun. Palmer flashed a triumphant grin, then resumed his stroll toward Hitomi. She stood frozen on the spot. Susumu. The shout came from Archie. In an instant, dozen members of SOS headed toward Palmer from all sides.
Tough luck, pal, Susumu said. Turns out we're not actually innocent bystanders.
Now it was his turn to grin.
You're completely surrounded. Give up and tell us the password now. And just for the record, we ain't scared of no virus.
The tough-looking young men radiated bravado. Without hesitation, they closed in around the kidnapper.
Surrounded? You certainly don't look like police.
Palmer cast a bemused glance around himself. You're right about that, Archie said. Just take a look. Gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. He kept Hitomi shielded behind him while he spoke. There's no escape, he declared. You've lost.
Lost me?
Well, it sure doesn't look like you're gonna get away. Palmer grimaced at Archie's words.
I see. Then it appears our negotiations are at a close.
Enough of this high and mighty act. Susumu stomped aggressively toward Palmer. Hey, Kano snapped. Easy now. They couldn't risk a scuffle sending the virus crashing to the ground.
What a shame.
Palmer swung his right arm up high. I threw it on the ground. like a boss. Everyone watched in dismay as his hands shot up. The vials he'd been holding sailed upward against the backdrop of the evening sky. "Look out!" Archie shouted. "Catch him! Catch him!" A tremendous blast blew Kano off his feet. While you were at the baseball game, I'm sorry for your loss of time. As he crashed to the pavement, searing pain shot through his entire body. No, it's his good brother. Kano is a bad guy, this guy's a good guy. He knew at once that a bomb had gone off. But why? It didn't make any sense. Alfred had no intention of carrying out the suicidal terror attack. Kano was certain of that. If that had been his intent, he could have just done so at any time without going through the trouble of putting on this whole charade. Was there some reason that this guy would blow himself up under these circumstances at this specific moment? As he lay dying, Kano had a thought. Could it be, had Stanley not come to Scramble because he knew this was going to happen? We can swap to Stanley now. Bad end. Mysterious explosion. We can't actually highlight to get details about this ending. Interesting. There are no hints after 6. Interesting. Oh, but we can't jump to Stanley either. Yeah, we're getting pretty much to the finale, but I don't think I'll have time to finish it today. Maybe part of tomorrow's stream we can continue this. Alright, let's swap to Archie. So far, every single one of my predictions was correct about the story. Was this guy Alfred? The man arrived in front of Hitomi and began speaking to her. Hitomi, Maria, even Archie's father, this must be the guy who was responsible for everything. Archie felt a pressing urge to flatten him right then and there. Still, he knew he couldn't blow his cover until Kano gave the signal. But Thomas, did you finally learn the rules of baseball while watching it? Because all I know is somebody throws a ball, the other guy hits it with a bat, and then everyone runs like headless chicken. Suppressing his raw emotions, he readied himself for action. He hurt me, but I'll hurt him back. That bill is gonna come to you. Protecting Hitomi has to come first. I can't let anything happen to her. I have to set aside my hatred right now. I need to just focus on catching this guy. I mean, even if you like sports, that doesn't mean you know the rules of every sports game, does it? Hurt him back. I don't think this really matters. Hurt me and I'll hurt him back. That bill is gonna come to you. Why hasn't it happened yet? The 3 major American sports, basketball, American football, and starting wars. Why hasn't Kano given the signal? Freeze! Suddenly Kano rushed forward, his gun drawn. Ignoring the pain in his leg, Archie dashed for Hitomi as fast as he could. He caught him between Kano and Alfred, quickly pulling Hitomi out of danger. Hitomi, Kano shouted, called Kenan again. Shielded by Archie, and now she brought up her cell phone and dialed the number. I played a lot of basketball at one point, but I wouldn't say I actually liked basketball all that much. I played a lot of basketball. I coached basketball for a while, but yeah, I wouldn't say I necessarily liked basketball. Football, yes, but I haven't played that in years, just like basketball. I haven't touched a basketball in maybe 15 years, like I was saying earlier in stream. And football, I don't think I kicked a ball in years either. I lose interest in things very quickly. And wow, since I disconnected last time, my connection has been really smooth. Could my complaint to my ISP have worked? I don't know. But I hope it stays good for the next week. But some time had passed and there was no answer. Had there been some kind of trouble on Kenan's end? Looking increasingly worried, Hitomi tried calling several more times. Then Alfred withdrew some strange vials from the attaché case it brought. Kano's face wavered with alarm. This had to be the terrorist trump card then. Kano and Alfred were having some sort of debate. Archie couldn't hear the specifics, but tensions were clearly running high. Kano hesitantly lowered his gun. Alfred flashed a hearty, confident grin. Looks like it's time for our trump card. Susamo, Archie shouted at the top of his lungs. Assemble! At his signal, the gang emerged from the crowd, moved in amongst to hem Alfred in. Surrounded. Now, the terrorist was visibly at a loss. Certainly don't look like police. Hello, yes, it is a visual novel. A very long visual novel, I should say. I've been at it for days, over 40 hours now. But we're getting very close to the end. Have you played this one, or have you played other visual novels? I hear this one is one of the best, which is why I played it. I don't usually play visual novels all that much. It's probably only 40 hours because I'm reading everything out loud and also talking to chat. I think without all of that, maybe 30 hours or less. You're right about that, Archie said. I mean, just take a look. Gathered up a bunch of people who love Shibuya more than their own lives in order to take your ass down. As he spoke, he made sure to keep Hitomi shielded behind him. The only ones I remember starting Steins Gate and didn't finish it. I lose interest when it's just visual novel. I want something mixed in with it. Like, I would play Zero Escape games mostly because there are puzzles and story to break the pace. This one is different from what I usually do, so I decided to do it. And I'm regretting it every minute because my throat is sore. As he spoke, he made sure to keep Hitomi shielded behind him. The pain in his leg was getting worse and worse, but he tried his utmost not to let it show. There's no escape, he declared. You've lost. Lost? Me? Well, we already read this. Alfred grimaced at Archie's words. Appears our negotiations are at loss. Why did he still seem so confident? Something definitely didn't feel right. This is just a bluff. He knows he can't get away. He really doesn't care if he survives. I mean, when I used to stream games with text, I didn't read them out loud. This was back when I first started streaming. But then eventually I realized I would get bored not reading things out loud. And then I found myself getting bored when just reading things out loud normally. So I decided to play around with voices. And this was the next step. Everything is just text. Alright, something definitely didn't feel right. Just a bluff. He knows he can't get away. He really doesn't care if he survives. Really doesn't care if he survives. Oh no. He was going to unleash the virus, accepting that it would kill him too. Alfred met Archie's eyes, and seeing the haunted realization there, the terrorist flashed a wicked and triumphant grin. Enough of this high and mighty act, Susumu shouted. If I get a job with this voice, I would reject it because it's gonna be a shit job. No one in their right mind would hire me for this. No one. Began to stomp towards Alfred, but he didn't reach him in time. And then explosion. The vials in Alfred's hands went sailing high into the air. Look out, catch them, catch him! Archie gestured for his comrades to fan out across the open space. Then, out of nowhere, a huge explosion blew Archie clean off his feet. His eardrums ruptured, and his world was engulfed in an eerie silence, as if time had stopped. As he lay crumpled on the pavement, the one thing that still rang in his head, in his ears, was the tinkling of glass as countless vials smashed on the concrete. Bad end. Mysterious explosion. Okay, we need to find out what we should be doing to stop that explosion. These two are over, so it's only these two that we can mess around with. So there is a choice to make in one of these. Basically what this game is all about is you have multiple characters to play around with, and you can swap between them, and sometimes a choice from one character can impact another. And sometimes you reach a point where they tell you, oh, you can't progress anymore until you find a link from another character's story. So you play with that other character, and then you notice the previous character is mentioned, so you jump back to the first one and continue the story. And each chapter is 1 hour. Well, except for the one I'm in now, which is 2 hours. But yeah, you slowly solve the mystery that way, or you put the story together. But each hour is kind of separate. Once you've finished the hour with every character, you move on to the next hour. Yeah, how many hours do I have in game now? Let's see. I go to a title screen and load. I mean, it's not gonna take us long if you don't stream it. Okay, 40 hours and 49 minutes. That's how long I've been playing it. Okay, we're getting very close to the end, but this is usually when I end my stream. And I'm sure the ending is not going to be short. There's going to be a lot of dialogue, and, you know, it's a Japanese game. The lore dump and info dump is going to be in the end. So even if I do extend my stream by 1 hour today, I'm not finishing this. So tomorrow I'm cancelling Indie Day and finishing this. So the day after tomorrow, I'll be able to start Zelda. But what we need to do next is figure out how to solve this. I'm guessing I will have to Kenan doesn't pick up. What if I select don't wait for her? Rush into action. Kind of rushed into action. Okay, it doesn't really matter. It really doesn't change anything. Surprised I managed to do several indie days in a row But yeah, as I said, if I miss 4 indie weeks, I will do if I miss 4 indie days, I'm gonna do an indie week to make up for it. So tomorrow will be the first one we miss. At the end of this month, we're also missing another one because I have a doctor's appointment on the day. So eventually, we might do an indie week. So I had to wait for Archie accepting that. Okay, no, he'd never be able to do it on his own. He decided to wait for Archie accepting that they'll be late. The clock kept up its steady ticking. With each minuscule movement of the second hand, Kano felt the tightness growing in his chest. A minute passed, 2 minutes. Time was of the essence. They couldn't keep waiting any longer. Don't like to do this, can't wait any longer. Okay, that doesn't change anything. I played Storyteller, the one you suggested, and it was like an hour-ish. It was very short. I beat the whole game. Very short and a bit expensive for what it was. Yeah, I did it live. That was last week. There is a jump to Stanley, but why? What if I jump to Archie here? It doesn't really change anything, does it? Yeah, well, we played this section. How am I going to solve this one? They don't give any. They give you hints in other chapters about how to avoid a bad ending, but in this chapter, which I'm guessing is the final one, they don't tell you anything. There is only so many choices I can make, really. Understand, do what you have to, and come back soon. I'm sorry, I wish I could tell you more. It's alright, I'll find a way to get by. Kano had a vague idea of what Stanley was up to, probably followed. Okay. This was no ordinary opponent they were up against. Keeping secrets, even among friends, wasn't necessarily a bad call. Kano promised me one thing. What's that? Once this is all over, you'll go have a beer with me. I think this is the right choice, maybe. Sure, alright. Kano couldn't help but smile. That's a promise now, remember. The promise these two made just now mirrors another made by a certain pair of brothers in the past. Once this is all tidied up, I'm gonna need a drink. Let's you and me have a beer together. This was what the younger brother said, and the older brother still feels the pain of that promise going unfulfilled. I found the choice. I found the choice because if I click here, I'm gonna be able to play as Stanley. But we haven't unlocked Stanley's chapter, but we'll be able to play as Stanley, as I guessed. And with that, Stanley hurried out of the workroom. So his brother was killed by Alfred. So that's the right choice. But the thing is, we haven't unlocked Stanley as a playable character yet. There is a jump here. Early on, there must have been a way to start the chapter with Stanley. Yes, you're right. Kano did his best to squash his emotions. Then we're good. Tateno gave a slight nod, then headed out the door. And yes, I should be ending the stream. Exit Tateno just before the older man disappeared. Kano called out one last time, "Be careful out there." I'm gonna be able to play as Tateno as well. Be careful out there. Tateno flashed a hint of a smile, then left the workroom. Okay, maybe that wasn't a choice. What if I select the other one? Kano gave him a silent salute. It was a breach of protocol to salute while in plain clothes and without his cap. Still, it was the best way he had to let Tateno know how he felt. I'll leave the rest to you. There we go. Unlocked Tateno's chapter. Tateno took one last look over his shoulder before finally leaving the workroom. I did say we're gonna play as both of them, Tateno and Stanley. And I was right. We're gonna play as Tateno. Leaving the workroom. So, we are gonna play as the two of them. Even after Tateno disappeared from view, Kano remained for a long time at attention, his fingertips pressed to his temple. He squeezed his eyes shut, but still the tears had been holding back, poured down his cheeks. What are you, big boss? Okay, what's gonna happen is we are gonna swap to Tateno from here. And that will start his chapter. And during his chapter, we'll be able to swap to Stanley and confronting the real big bad, which I've been saying for how many hours now? Quite a few hours I've been saying it's the big bad. And it's kind of obvious now because there really is no one else. But it's just going to be the info dump at the end. So yeah, we'll finish it tomorrow. It's probably not going to take the whole stream, but I don't want to do half an indie day. So we'll see. Maybe we'll try to... Maybe we'll try to do all the bad ending, possibly. I don't know how many bad endings there are. There are over 60, definitely. And we don't actually have 60. Yeah, I don't think we got all of them. We have 40 something. But yeah, I'm done for today. That was 4.5 hours more or less. Could have been more. We probably could have finished this today if my internet was good from the very beginning. But my ISP had other plans. Yeah, let's just call it a day here. I will continue this tomorrow, finish it, and if we have time, maybe I'll either do some of the bad endings, but it's not really something I really care all that much about. Or maybe we can finish the Neo 2 DLC that we started a few weeks back. Do that for maybe half the stream or something. Or maybe we can just do half the stream tomorrow. We'll see. I don't really follow plans, do I? But yeah, thanks to everyone who stopped by. I will see you all maybe tomorrow, hopefully. Just hope my internet is good. And then the day after will be Zelda. Good times. See you.